All right, let's try this again. Nothing like two blue screens of death to start the morning off. It better not be my RAM I just installed. That I was been waiting a month for. If it's my RAM, I'm gonna be pissed. Yes, we're live. Look at my freaking. I'm blown out here. Come on! Morning, Bishop. All right, let's see. Morning, Benny. And the gappers this morning. That's why they're moving. I don't know when that everybody's supposed to get that crazy weather. I honestly haven't paid attention, and I feel like I should. I feel like I should. I'll probably have to go get some gas for the generator and all that stuff a little bit later. I don't know if it's supposed to be windy. I don't know if it's supposed to be snowy. I don't know what the heck's coming. Really? Really? Fubo popping up again. Oh, look at that diagonal. Look at that diagonal. Give it to me, baby. Latest entry on NBY. AKYA. AKYA. Oh, 5-minute potential there. MACD is still crossed down, so I feel like you might. It could go either way. 431. I went. Oh, went. It scares me a little bit. Scalpable 5-minute play. Nice failed cuck to start it. That needs to really flip. The Ice King. Do a splinter. Made my handrails out of like 150-year-old heart pine. It's like one solid piece from one beam from an old tobacco farm. A tobacco mill, I mean. And there's this one spot that the finishers just said, nah, I'm not going to sand that part. And it's never had been an issue to me until today. I always rub my hand across it. I'm like, oh, it's smooth enough. Nope, got me today. Got me today. It's Fubo. Okay. RTW hit the scanners. Not sure why. Random ass pop, huh? Yeah, I got a splinter. Think I can't really see in this light. Oh yeah, something's in there. Oh yeah, I think I see it. I think I got my old Swiss Army knife right here with the little tweezers. I have to wait till I can see. All right, let's see if we get any 7:30 news movers. Ten seconds. There we go. Xena. Yeah, it's not really a good headline. No. Xena drone, multi-purpose AI drone applies for FFA. That's it. Maybe these other ones will start moving again. BY. Oh, there's MBY. Isn't this an oil and gas? No, it's pharmaceutical. Isn't that a mask play now I'm thinking about it? Be more 5 minute. If that does anything. Oh, Xena wants to go now. Xena wants to go now. Freaking 8. Over 8, you have a level there. So you apply for blah, blah. Last week they get approval for stuff for unmanned flight, whatever. Doesn't move. Today they're just filling out an application. It's like the most dog shit hot dog water news stuff moves. Real news, low a day. That's the kind of market we're in right now. Or no news will send your stock up 500%. So 30. Let's give it a shot. See what can happen here. Nope. Nope, nothing. Absolutely nothing. Some volume. It's like tricky. Yeah, I just went out. I just went out. Gives me another kind of setup, maybe. It's the only thing moving right now. That's a 30-second cock over. Come on. Let's go, Neon. 4 years. Let's go, bud. Big seller. The W is there. I don't know. I don't trust this thing, man. I really don't want this to be the one that moves. $740 potential. It's a 1-minute cuck that's not doing much. And trying. Back these trying to cross here. Yeah, I feel like someone's just selling Nick on that Zena like constantly. So you think Kenny tweets today? I don't know. I don't think so. My thoughts have always been on the 420 or the 109 thing was that it's 69 420, 69 seconds 420. But I'm here for the possibility that everyone thinks it's January 9, which would default to probably the 10th. But why would, well, yeah, why not? Why not the 8th? So I'll probably close them out today, though. Or reload a different date. I still think it's Unity. I just don't want to get thated into, nothing. Off the list. wildfire plays? I can't think of any. That stuff is crazy out there. You have to watch a few videos finally on it. Holy jeez. The wind. Like, I don't care how much water you got or don't got. You ain't slowing that thing down when those winds are just like a freaking hurricane. There's a ton of chatter talking about the 13th. What's so special about the 13th? Zenith low a day. You gotta love it, man. You freaking gotta love it. Off the list. Hello. How about old Bitcoin? Freaking, I knew it'd do this shit. Got this like liquidity area through here. Oh, I'm gonna freak everybody out. Did it do the monthly cuck? Just curious. No. Almost. No, it did. It monthly cucked. That's not a good sign. But as long as you don't close under it, you're okay. But you got this liquidity level here. It is starting to look a little left head right, you know. That ain't cool. But if you can hold, then this could absolutely be a massive bear trap. But right now, I'd say the bears have it. Gonna get a little pop, looks like. Oversold last time we did that. We came up to the upper Bollinger Band. We'll see if that happens again. If not, that could be a bad sign. Other dates, people are, yeah. I totally have a splitter. Come on out. Turn the light on here. Need a freaking razor knife. I don't think I got one down here. That thing's in there. Sorry, Soils. Here. Oh, now I'm blown out. Look at this. Low light camera. Piece of shit. You're sucking dick today. Look at me. Look at me. Look like I'm dead. DOJ can also sell if there is a. Yeah, but 6.5 bill. That ain't gonna do nothing. That's a freaking MicroStrategy purchase on a bad day. Not really, but you get the idea. Yeah, I'm freaking powder. AKYA 5 minute. Got you 10 cents so far. CGBS. Good call. Looney Tunes. I don't know why I'm glowing like this. This freaking camera. GameStop boss Ryan Cohen finally gearing up for PR blitz with meme craze fading Gasparino New York Post. Wait, what? Is there a link for? Oh, there is. All the money is learned that GameStop reps have been shopping for a publicist whose main job will be to enhance Cohen's profile in the media, presumably sell the GameStop growth story, which has petered out as of late. Well, you know what? Every time it pops up and you do an offering, Ryan, every single time, even though you have $5 billion sitting in cash, every time you do, it kind of puts a dent in things. You bastard. I really don't like him. Great playoff game. Is college football in the playoffs, huh? So it's gonna give us a 1 minute. Yep. So they said that they're at the top end of their range for forecast. IONQ. Oh, so you're gonna bring 33,000, then reverse. That's cool. Yeah. Yeah. Keep going. "30-second cock is over 80. Not going anywhere. And there you go, 1-minute cook. Yes, I know the bricks. Sanctions. Huh. Oh, nothing is moving. DTIL hit the scanners. Not really sure why. $60 price tag. Oh, H.C. Wainwright. Down to 650. Okay. Completes initial. So they finished dosing. So say MAGA flags up. I'll be cheering for Texas. Starting to hold 7. Okay. Okay. H.C. Wainwright getting their first pump of the year. Of course. Mm-hmm. Mm. Well, that's a cuck. 760 would be a 30-second. JFBR dropping some stuff here. Saying growth and all that, you know, yummy stuff. Let me get some around 3. Missed that D. Damn it. JFBR. Yeah, that thing's wild. Brand presents estimated year-over-year growth, targets 20 million revenue. This thing is that low of a float? Over the 200 would be 350. $30-second cuck just happened. Tons of selling here. I'd have to get over 337 now for 30. This is a market cap of 270,000, and they're saying they want 20 million in revenue. I mean, it could go 345 be the level right now. Just immense selling here. Yep, there's your cuck. All right, another 30-second cock would be over 27. Ah, yeah, just do that, you know. Eight a.m. news coming up, so I'll probably get out of this. Just relentless selling so far. Never like that. This is gonna go low a day, isn't it? Yep. What's a day without one of these new stocks going low a day on you on some news, huh? Huh? What's a start today without that? DTLI. It's such a low float. That's why I continue to play it. But man, all right. Let's see if we get Mendio acquiring somebody. JFBR back up. FDMT positive data. Holy shit. Firefly Neuroscience. Jeez. AIFF. Positive results. Or brain activity, early depression, cognition. No? Okay, what is this? 570. 1 minute cook. Oh man. I'm like 1 for 5 today. GFR officially low a day and lower. It's like if you put out news in this market, your stock's going down. If you don't put anything out, you got a high chance that it goes 500%. You need to jump back up. It popped for sure, but come on. Come on. DTIL bounce off the 5. 9 EMA there. That's nice. No news. Moving anything today. Here's a dumb headline. First patient dosed, so let's send it to the moon. Let's do it. First patient dosed. Oh yeah, let's drop the bid 10 cents. IFF. No. Come on. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's a low day. So talk about. You put out news, you're going low a day. It's dumb headline, honestly, but I saw volume coming into it, so I wanted to try it. And as soon as I enter, bid's gone. Low a day. JFBR, low a day now. Holy hell, man. DTIL, giving it all back. Okay. Look at this. This guy's getting filled at 93.89. But if I had 94 up there, not going to get filled. It's getting some volume, but not really wanting to break out here. For 64 might juice us a little bit here. $63. Yeah. No. Okay. What is this? Go. There we go. There's the volume. Now break 170. It's really like 168, right? Okay. Okay. Get rid of this guy. Can we stop? "30-second cock is the 65. Hmm. Yep. 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 Back under the die. Okay. Tell me if it was. Okay. Does he make it in? Oh my gosh. All right, that's pretty sweet. Those sweet helmets. Is that Notre Dame? Is this the game from yesterday? How the hell did he make it in? Jeez. DATS. Daily cock on DATS. 385. RVSN headline. Purchase order. Maybe I'm early. Maybe I actually got something. I mean, I'm risking 10 cents. That's how I view it. Nothing is moving. They get a purchase order, and I'm 10 cents from low a day. Daily cock is 173. And there's already selling. Oh, hello. And then this guy shows up. He's like, whoa, 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 we're moving way too fast here. I mean, I made a penny. Look at that. And then DATS. There's that level. There's the daily on it. Hmm. Nothing has momentum. Nothing. Good defense of the daily there at 385 on that dip. Four starting to hold. Oof. As I say that. $95. Yeah. Yeah. We'll see if this 385 can hold. RVSN just now getting a pop. I mean, there's just nothing moving. All right. RVSN. That's, whoa, jeez. Okay, Dats. Daily Cock working out here. XXII doing some stuff. $450 broke on Dats. $30-second Bollinger Bands really holding it back. RVSN. That's back under 4. Holy jeez, this thing's all over the place. WBA is ripping today. I don't know what that's about. $16 break, give you the 1-minute cock. If this goes as soon as I exit, I'm gonna. What is? Oh. ZVSA. Trying that level again. Here's one. Here's a dumb one. They dosed a patient. All right, let's send it. Let's send up 100%. Cool. Dose, first dose in their trial. Send it. Prediction up. Get your prediction points ready, boys. Price of the offering at $3.50 a share. $4.10 in seller. Just infinite selling. Back these cross down now. BKYI. Daily levels 180. Not really sure what's up with this, but it just broke some daily levels big time. 190 now. Whoa! $190 level. Well, it just gave back that 190, which is a bit of a joke, honestly. But, you know, to be expected on days like today. Okay, whatever. Non-farm payroll number. That's a miss. Rip the SPY. Jeez. AREB moving. Daily cock on that one. Are any of these daily cocks going to hold up? Announces delivery of initial shipment of American Rebel Light Beer to Kentucky distributor partner. Okay. Look at this. Damn near went low a day there. This had a contract. Let's see if it goes low a day. AREB starting to move. Up to $3. It's a good 1 minute. It gave it all back and then goes and juices 40 cents higher. Okay. Look at that. Look at that. All right, you got the 200 up there at 350. Zero Momo anywhere today. Chat room's pumping AREB now. Traders see Fed cutting rate once in 2025, no earlier than June, after strong December jobs data. So much for, what was it? 2 that the Fed cut, just recently cut to 124. Said they were going to do 2 cuts in 2025, down from 4. Now market is pricing in 1 cut. Oh, imagine if it's 0. Imagine when it goes to 0. But they'll have to do 1. Just like they had to cut last year, just so they didn't look like complete idiots when we knew they shouldn't cut. But they couldn't look like complete idiots. Imagine a raising. You know what? It'll be perfect because, you know, they should be raising rates, right? Should never have cut anyway. Now they have to raise, and they'll blame it on the China trade war. They'll have a scapegoat in Trump. If Trump really wants to say F you, Jay Powell, he'll go in and make a nice, sweet deal with China. No fighting. It's perfect. No trade war. And then Trump will say, all right, Jay Powell, ball's in your court, bitch. No trade war. What now? Watch insurance. I saw the TLT move, man. I was looking at that over the... Oh, my gosh. I saw... was it Kobayashi that posted about it on Twitter? The withdrawals out of the TLT. Kobayashi, the hot dog guy. No, not that one. No, Kobayashi. Kobayashi? I don't know his name. This guy. This guy. Where did he post it? I think it was this guy. Yeah, that is 2-month net fund flow. That looks healthy. No, it's really low light in my room right now. It's super dark outside, so my camera's trying to compensate. I'm freaking glowing. You can call me powder today, man. AREB. Back down. GRYP. Look at that. Pop, drop. Can you pop? I don't know. Spy one day min. Can you tell me that next time when it's there, cheese? Damn, I didn't even look at that. Look at it. Low a day. Do it. You got news? Go low a day. Do it. Geisha girl. Damn it. I bet the Maverick Wall Street will have a great video tonight. I haven't watched him in over a year. Maybe it's time. Fubo hit my alert level. Oh, yeah. All right, Fubo. I need this. Fubo broke the diagonal. I didn't even see that. Now you're breaking horizontals. What is that? What is that? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Oh my gosh. ZVSA trying. And right back down. That pisses me off, man. ZVSA broke. And struggle bus. Right back under. Nice called cheese on that bounce. GRYP penny play moving. Well, so far defended the diagonal. Aladdin just heard me say that though, so you know what's going to happen next. Had to give some of the stock odds, you know. XHG starting to juice. All out. Immediately, I guarantee you go high day.
41 hours last year and not even so much as a New Year's smooch. I'm starting to feel like I'm not paying for you to be here with me.
Savage.
But rather for you to leave.
Unbelievable. This man. See, look, you have no news, 30% move, easy. You drop some news today, low a day. Makes sense. I gotta go potty. Fubo, you've got to be shitting me. Is there news, or is this literally just the breakout I've been looking for, for the past hour? What is this shit? Well, I know it's moving on the Disney deal, but that's old news. Is there anything new? I mean, that's a lot of volume out of nowhere. Goldman Sachs downgrades AMD to neutral from buy with an updated 12-month price target of 129, down from 175, representing 6%. Also, from current levels, we upgrade NXPI to buy from neutral with 257. Wonder why they downgraded AMD from the graphics card issue, or I don't get that one. I don't get that one. Because they want to buy it. Yeah, there you go. Probably, right? Because I bought. I did not. Oh, because I bought it. Bought the PC. PRZO juice again. I did buy. I had 2 blue screened to death this morning. I think it's my RAM. I turned back my overclock on my RAM, running stable now. Shut up, cheese. Well, I just had the XMP profile. I didn't know you could run XMP profiles on AMD motherboards, but my motherboard had XMP profile RAM on their QVL list. I was like, what? I thought you had to have Expo. Nope, you can. So I bought it, put it in there because I was looking for the 96. Okay, what is this going to do here? 69. All right, do some stuff for me. Yeah, SJ bot. Yeah, dip that shit. Dip it. 1 minute Cox after a really nice pump. Yeah, dump that shit. Do you see this stuff? This is the shit I deal with. We can have a 2 million share candle straight up. First 1 minute cock after a nice calm pullback. Yeah, no. I just don't understand. I just Do you really, Savage? You really getting the snip? Oh, just the thought of that, just, I can't. I could never do that. Now, I'm just gonna be making babies the rest of my life. Yeah, yeah, you and I see it. Looking for that W here. 575 break. All right, what are you gonna do with that? Nothing. Of course. Can you clear? Yeah. Too slow. Roger that, cheese. This is highly sus. All these moves recently, big pop sell off, big pop Friday sell or Wednesday sell off. Same. I mean, it's they've been playing with this thing. I don't like it. This was Friday, right? Or Wednesday. Can you write screen scraping scripts that check unrealized? Then if someone hits it perfectly, I could probably write something. I that not me that could do something like that. I don't know how to write any kind of script. A Fubo with a really tight 30-second. Over 72. Oh, just jumps right over it, man. What is this? What are we doing here? I'm out. It'll go 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Lift off. Do it, you bastard. MCY? It's weird. What's this thing? Arcade Journal. Wendy Max. Okay. I don't like playing gas, but you're nailing them. I gotta go back and look at that. That's interesting. MC. Spreads are garbage, but why energy? Just because you think it's going to be a player? MCY going for it. That's the big boy pawn. Yeah, that's a different beast. Do you get tax incentives to play energy plays? The 5 on Fubo? Yeah, I mean, it's an inside candle at the. I mean, it looks good. It looks like it's going to test the lower side of it right now, but it's there. Top side. I don't like the MACD cross down on the 1. That tells me it might cuck, actually. Putting pressure on it right now. Section 1256. Oh. There's an attempt on it. They should try. Might add. Oh, I missed it. It's gotta rip through this stuff. Gosh, these fills, dude. So this is the kind of move that is indicative of that 5-minute move with a 1-minute MACD on the downside. Doesn't mean it will dump, but it's struggling and it's not taking off right away. If you can get this move up and this to flip, then you're golden for high day. Penny boy, that's rough. So now you have 5-minute cock. You could get the failed break and dump if you come down here and break this guy. EDBL, bullshit headline.
Come on.
Did the 5-second rule for you. Nice, nice. I've got this stupid NXTC to deal with. As soon as the market opens. Ugh. Just love it. Get in, and bid immediately drops 12 cents. Okay. Okay. DATS. Pretty freaking tight. Nice, dude. Nice. I look like freaking Casper. Look at this. Powder in the hizzle, boys. See if I can change any of that while it's on. Give me some color. Oh, no, that looks like ass. Oh, gosh. Hey. There we go. There we go. That's better. No, I don't have a heater in my room. I probably burned my house down. My computer will heat up the room plenty, though. MCY, interesting. I wonder if that gets going when the market opens up. You got 5 inches of snow? Jeez. Your gas plays are ripping through the 1-day max, huh? What's my favorite? Is it INDO? Hey, is it? Is this it? So it might be an INDO kind of day. Putting it on watch. Did you get the SJ? Did you get the NVIDIA card with the built-in fusion reactor? Oh my gosh. I'm just saying. Jeez, just saying. It might be that kind of day. Fubo, pretty tight. Oh, sorry, Chihuahua. Heaven forbid I move. I don't know what I wouldn't do without my morning shit on my face. $74 would be a 5-minute, but I think it needs a test downside for. Oh, there's a spike. I wish it would break this 569, do nothing, and then come right back up, and we would certainly have some. You can see the squeeze is building here on Fubo. It's very tight. Bollinger Bands are getting real tight. Break it. No. That's where we're at right now? Okay. BAER hitting the scanners. Come on, crack it.
Come on.
Coach Red, let's go, buddy. 54 months.
I'll be here for the 54-year anniversary, brother. Heart hands be great today.
Let's go. MCY still juicing. No, it's not. What the? That was a late alert. Crack this and then crack it. Can't crack it. XHG. Trying again. All right, I'm going to take my little this is going to go while I'm taking my 5-minute break, by the way, just so you know that. Okay, wait a minute. OPFI breaking out on the daily. One to watch. Five-minute break. Be back for the open. INDO starting to go. Son of a bitch. All right, good luck today. I don't have much I'm really caring for right now. I don't like XHG. It is too many pops and drops on the daily on that thing. It's the only thing moving decently. Oil and gas plays might be in play. I don't know. This MCY popped up really good. I just this BAER is moving. So I don't know. Good luck today. Got this 569 level on Fubo. Pretty tight range. Probably moves out of this pretty good. Watch the Rever. I gotta pull it up. I don't even have that up. And there's your breakdown there. Okay. I think that's me that just sold. I don't know. Trade. Okay. Fubo dip and rep. Pending. What is this pending bullshit? Okay. So you'll fill me a half hour later. Got it. Can we get 92? Locking some in. Not really sure what is going. Okay, whatever. Look at the tick. Minus 1300. Yeah, it's getting a little freaky. Why is WBA moving so well today? Did I miss something? Strong quarter. Okay. UMAC. WBA 1 minute. Oof. What results did they have? Cannabis beer. That just sounds disgusting. VMAR still hanging out. Jeez. Z-Car. KYA down. DTIL. Hanging out at 7. DTI. Fubo Loade. VMAR moving. VRME. Oh, that's nice. Wow. Okay. VRME with the juice. Oh yeah, yeah. Do that. Do that. WBA looking decent. What a bunch of horse cock. DTIL fell off the face of the earth. 50-cent drop in 1 second. Holy jeez. VMAR. Nice dip and rip. Can I please get this candlestick? Jeez, okay. VRME. Did Herman give up the ghost? When did this happen? Huh? What are you talking about? Zero Momo, man. Fubo coming back up. That daily cock looks juicy on it, right? Okay, what do we got here? So the 1 day max is that $6 level on Fubo. See if it can get over it or not. I don't know if I've ever seen. Oh, that's $1. Never mind. But yeah, $6 is the level for the 1 day on Fubo. They had news today, so there's a potential for breaking it. WBA 5-minute. Okay. Okay. Yikes. Off the list. DATS. Still hanging out. RVSN. Off the list. RAB. Hoth hitting the scanners. I like Hoth. That no offering talk from last week. Walgreens juicing. KITT. Daily cock on that one's $4. Watch KITT. Oh, another one to watch is Trump stock. DJT. He gets sentenced today. You gotta think this thing moves on that, right? Good or bad news, this thing's always moved. Hoth starting to juice a little bit. KTT moving up. WBA is an animal. Fubo, lots of price compression. RR ripping. Market's getting ugly. VMAR. Trying again. Wow. Okay, it went. Hoth. Maybe 1 minute on Hoth. What's going on here? WBA, what an animal. Still not real freak out levels here, but VRME starting to pop back up. No? Really? I can't get anything, man. Nothing. That's a 5 minute. You kidding me? Sitting near high a day? Holy hell. As soon as I enter! I'm already getting really pissed here. I'm already getting really pissed. These are next week's puts. So I got a little time, but yeah, not looking so hot. How does that not freaking go? Not getting caught again. Okay, TT down. VMAR might have something over 340. Nope. Yep, maybe 340. $50, $52. What is this thing doing? I mean, it is all over the freaking place. $5 million shares. The float on this thing is what? 73,000? That can't be right. Is that right? Of course, it juices, absolutely juices after it. But no. Sappy arsonist. So that would not be their fault? Is that the play? Apparently not. Okay, so these. Okay. Make sure I'm going to have a green week after all this horse shit. We're down a pretty good amount here. All right, we're still green on the week. WBA has a look to it. Dip and rip here. Over 1154 might get it. This is a cuck. DJT high a day after I stop out. CPRI. Yep, look at this. Big shocker here. That's, man. Doc.
Come on.
Cams, let's go, bud. Hermie's here. He hasn't gotten hit yet, but he's here. Just kind of blends in background right now for some reason.
Come on.
Watch that
Oh,
610
Billy,
on
why?
DTIL. Give me liquidity. Let's go, bud. I see you. 26 months. So yum yum. Dude, everything I touch reverses. I've bought DJT 3 times today. You can see on the chart where I bought. It immediately reverses hard. Holy hell. The RME went. It's trying to. It's trying to hold. Trend day. There's zero trend. Besides SJ go long, inverse me, you will make millions today. WBA. I can go 5-minute here. I can go 5-minute. keep me posted on that, cheese. I will be highly interested. Oh, cock. That makes sense. Tons of volume. Tapped it. Sanctions? Yep. Drop 5 cents. Okay. Okay. Hoth is doing some price compression. I get over 236. Judge sentences Trump to unconditional discharge over conviction in hush money case court hearing. What does that even mean? I don't even know what that means. Unconditional discharge. Think of it like a spring zero price squeeze in an area, you get expansion from it. Trump in a hush money case imposes no jail or fine, but sentence places judgment of guilt on president-elect record. Why isn't Benzinga saying any of that? Am I not connected? I am connected. Okay. I don't know. Just an absolute dumpster fire day for me. VIX plus 20. Look at this. As soon as I exit, pops right back up. I literally bottom tick this. It is not my day. Right back up. VRME. My monitor's upside down. Watching this VMAR here. $32, $34, $35, $37. All out, and then it juices. Oh my gosh. I made 2 cents on it, and then it immediately jumped 10. It's my day. WBA coming back up. VIX is juicing. This ain't looking good. We are breaching that level on the daily. Nvidia's at the 1-day min. That can get spicy here. WBA is tight. these still flipped. Hoth trying again. ZYBT in the scanners, of course. Goolsby trying to pump the market here. Yep, NVIDIA trying to hold the 134.60. A real attempt there or no? $58. Oh, it's gonna go. Okay. $0.20. Gotta get that to cross. DJT high day. Whatever. MI IPO. So glad I got out of that WBA. Jeez. DATS broke the level? Holy shit. Yep, sure did. We had that at 370. Hopefully some of y'all were calling that out. I just completely missed it. Fubo? That thing is nuts, dude. DDT high day. Yeah, I'm in it, so. Over 34.70, and I feel, or no, 34.84. Spy FG at 30. Fury at 32. I'd really like to see Fubo go for it today. We'll see. You want to see some magic? It won't give me the satisfaction. That's your ceiling today, boys. Z Cox Stocks. What a name.
Cheer up, SJ. You may be having a down day, but this is your year. You will shine with glory and profit from the cuck gods. Smile, big boy.
Love it. Thank you, my man. 16 months. Well, I didn't take this 1 minute, and I just watched it run 50 cents on me. So there's that. Probably should take those. I don't know where the levels are on this thing. That's a pretty big one. This thing's crazy. I don't know. I don't know what's up with this DATS. It's got the daily cock. I mean, big ass gap up to 9. So, who knows? Or 8. Wherever it closed at. It's showing 9. Oh, yeah. Closed at 9. And then after hours just sank. So, if it goes all the way back up, I would not be surprised. Oh, man. IONQ. All right, I got it up. DATS is an animal. It's just the camera today. Oh, there we go. Look at that. Just got a tan, baby. Huh? DATS setting up a 1 minute. Damn, that went too fast. First 1 minute after just trickling down. Now you're going to go cock and drop. Is that what you're going to do to me? With the 10-cent spread. Cool. Yep. Cock and drop. Okay. Fubo's creeping. Still on watch. Five minute is the 3507 now. What is this? I don't know. SMCI? WKEY is popping up. IONQ trying to go. Dots looks like it needs a 5 minute. Snap moving off that TikTok stuff, maybe? That TikTok is going to pull TikTok from the US unless the Supreme Court steps in. Serve with the juice. Daily cock on serve. Are they going to rule today, or are they just hearing it today? Today's the hearing. Dots. Yeah, it's gotta get over that. It's gotta make a 5-minute. WBA coming back up. Dots 5-minute is 19 break, which is right now. Can we not? Can we not? Wow. Oh, there's my stop loss. Wow. It's my entire day right here, man. Bank of America says no more cuts. Oh, jeez. KITT trying. The freaking cooler, man. WKUI High Day. They have a live link to the hearing? Oh, shit. Put that on.
High connectivity, new highs, WKEY.
You're going to hear the dings. I'm sorry.
So we don't have any direct precedent along the lines that you're citing, but we do have precedents. We have cases like Akara. And what Akara says is if the law is totally speech neutral, then that's one thing. We have cases like O'Brien, which say if the law doesn't care about speech but happens to draw in speech, that's another thing. Both of those cases make clear, however, is that when the law is concerned
this is the TikTok
with the
trial.
content of the speech, when the justification is based on the content of the speech, that's cases like Reed 2, then you do trigger strict
So
scrutiny.
then I think your argument comes down to, is this direct concern with speech, or is it concerned with the potential for Chinese interference with the level of interference indirectly? In other words, they're not coming back. The Chinese government, TikTok, doesn't care what the people are saying on TikTok. That's not the concern. The concern is that they are regulating a particular channel of communication. And I just wonder if there's any precedent for that type of thing. They're not saying we're going to restrict this content and that content, but not this. They're just saying we're going to be in a position where we can control what happens, whether it's based on expression, whether it's based on anything else.
So, Your Honor, I disagree. And I think if you take a step back and look at this record, I think it is quite clear that it is focused on both current and potential future content on TikTok, TikTok Incorporated. Here you don't have just an act that is based on speakers and speech. It's triggered by speech. It's focused on a single speaker, TikTok Incorporated.
Justice Thomas, anything further? Justice Alito?
What if Congress, if there were nothing in this act about content moderation or covert manipulation, what if it was just about preventing what Congress viewed as an enormously powerful, popular application from gathering an arsenal of information about American citizens, and they said this is the worst offender and we're going to require divestiture by this offender? Would there be a First Amendment problem there? And if you think there would be, what would the level of scrutiny be?
Yes, there would be a First Amendment problem if you had a law like this that was only focused on speakers, those who use user-generated content other than product, travel, or business.
Well, Congress concludes that this particular entity is the worst. This is the worst offender, and it happens to be an entity that is involved with speech.
If all you had, so I want to make sure I understand the hypothetical. The only provision you have is one that says this company has to shut down because of data security.
Right.
I would have a different set of arguments. I think it would still implicate the First Amendment, particularly where you have strong evidence that they were being targeted in part, at least because of their speakers and speech. Suppose Congress passed the law that you
Well, all
posited.
right, but you're changing the hypothetical by injecting congressional concern about the
Okay, well, I'll
content
put
of the
that to
speech.
the side.
So what would your argument be? It would be an equal protection argument?
No, I'd
Basis
still
of
be
rational-
saying.
My
I'd
macro
still be
notes,
saying that
Greenland Prime
Akara
Minister,
itself makes clear
Denmark and
that
Greenland
where a
are
law
ready to increase
disproportionately
dialogue with the
burdens
United States.
just
Oh,
speakers,
we're gonna
you
buy
have to subject
Greenland!
that to scrutiny is to suss it out, to suss out whether the asserted interest is the actual interest.
How do
There,
we
the
make
asserted
money off of
interest
this?
is in data
What's a
security.
stock?
I think I would have a couple of arguments under whatever form of scrutiny you wanted to apply, whether it is strict scrutiny or intermediate scrutiny.
I knew
in that
Trump was gonna
context.
bring down some
I would
freaking
say first
prices.
that law is
Price on ice is gonna crater, boys.
under-inclusive because it
Inflation is
categorically
done.
Commerce
LUMN getting some
Acts
volume here,
that this
seeing
record
activity
shows
on
have comparable
LUMN
ties
All right,
in
you
the
say I don't want to prolong
January-
this too much. You say
What,
this is not
January
like
4
Akara.
pros, let's limit
I
it
think
for Michael November,
primarily
those are in the
because
money.
you say that the divestiture requires the new company to cease
Serve, still
using
ripping.
the algorithm, right?
No, I think it's not like ACARA for a much more fundamental sense. ACARA involved a totally speech-neutral law. It didn't go after speakers at all. If you had a law in ACARA that said we're going to prohibit prostitution in bookstores only, then I think that ACARA would have come out differently. There would have at least been, some kind of intermediate
What
scrutiny.
kind of
potentially
hypothetical are we
strict.
talking about
That's the
here?
law
You're
that I think is your
continuing to walk
hypothetical.
away from the hypothetical that I
think so,
posed
Your
for
Honor.
the purpose of narrowing in on what your argument is.
NVIDIA?
I understood you to say that that would not be a solution to the problem, because one of Congress's motivations was the content
Commentary out by
was
Bank
based
of
on the
America
content.
says we think the cutting
Am I
cycle
wrong
is
in that?
over.
Did I read
Oh,
your
Our
geez.
base
argument
case has the
incorrectly?
Fed on an
Well, I
extended
think that,
hold.
I
But we
wanna
think
make sure
the
I understand what you're
risks
saying. I
for the
certainly
next
think
move
that
are
because one of the
skewed toward a
motivations
hike.
was
Jeez.
content, that is an enormously important fact. I was trying to answer your hypothetical where we were trying to take that out of the mix. And the reason why ACARA is different is because ACARA didn't just simply say no prostitution in bookstores. That's what your hypothetical effectively says. It says no data security problems in speakers or in this particular speaker. And I think that that would trigger, at the very least, intermediate scrutiny.
All right,
And then,
thank you. Thank you.
Justice Sotomayor?
That goes to my question, which is, Justice, the Chief Justice asked you whether or not we've ever had a case where pure ownership was at issue and not speech. And I don't think we've had one like that. You're right. But I don't think that your the question gets to the essence of your argument, is it? The essence of your argument is you're being asked to divest because of speech, correct?
correct.
All right. So if I get past that, if I go to Justice Alito's point, which is I don't think it's just about speech, it's about data control. If it's about data control, and assume, for the sake of argument, that I believe intermediate
lawyer is
scrutiny
a
applies to the data control
Bibliophile?
provision,
What does that mean?
then your arguments would be different, wouldn't they? They would be under inclusiveness. They would be other arguments, correct?
Well, Your Honor, I think they'd be very similar because I think the nature of our arguments work just as well under intermediate and strict scrutiny. If I could
All
unpack
right.
that a little.
No, I'm not going to,
Sure.
because we're going to run out of time, because we're going to need to figure out what intermediate scrutiny means. But I'm not sure it means what you do, which is I don't think any of our cases have ever suggested that we have to use the least restricted means under intermediate scrutiny. In fact, our cases have said we have to use a reasonable means.
And if I could respond to that point specifically, I completely agree it's not a least restrictive means alternative, Your Honor. But you do have to at least consider alternatives. Here, if the concern, let's take the data security concern, which you put your finger on.
I know you want to keep going on, but I can't let you, because I can't monopolize the argument, okay? But let me just get to the bottom of that, all right? You seem to suggest that Congress has to actually look at all of the alternatives and say no. I don't think we have a case that says that.
I am not
If from the record it's clear that alternatives won't be adequate for whatever set of reasons,
I
isn't that
killed the
enough?
move.
If
I apologize.
the record were clear
Hasn't
on that,
broken the 90 May. As soon as I take it,
Now I
boom.
hear
Here
that.
on the
Now let me
key-
go to the next question and the last.
If I could, Your Honor, just one sentence. If on the key less restrictive alternatives, they had actually considered
Coming from Stat
them
News,
and said what you
says
suggested,
Biden's top
this would be a
antitrust
different
official
case.
calls for
But our
breaking up
point is that
powerful
on the key,
healthcare
most
companies.
obvious less restrictive alternatives, a law, for example, that simply prohibits TikTok Incorporated
Biden's
from
top
sharing any sensitive user
antitrust
data
official
with
calls for
ByteDance or
breaking up
anyone else.
powerful health
There's
care
nothing in the record
companies.
that suggests they even considered it. And
You
that's
got
9
why they
days,
fail
bud.
under even intermediate scrutiny.
We have a
Like,
different
why now?
problem, which is that the record shows that there is no sharing that could happen that wouldn't put the data at security. But we can go
That's
past that.
incorrect, actually.
16,500.
No, because the NSA doesn't. What's very
I'm not
clear-
talking about the NSA.
or even anything else. But putting that aside, one last question. Assuming that the covert manipulation issue is one, I think that what remains is, to the Chief's question and Justice Alito's questions, if the covert manipulation is a concern,
I'll take your HD Hotel Delta.
then
Those
the
shares are seeing
question
continued activity,
becomes
new
what
highs for
kind
HD.
of burden
With the
does it
positive
put on TikTok
catalyst for
USA?
HD on LA
And I
wildfires.
think your point is that requires strict scrutiny because it doesn't permit them to speak to the Chinese government through the algorithm and promote whatever speech
Algorithm?
it wants to
The
promote.
rhythm, yo.
Correct?
It doesn't permit them to speak to the American public through the algorithm.
Right.
And promote whatever type of speech they want
Did
to
you hear him
promote
enunciate
on
it
the
for her?
algorithm. And I also
Algorithm.
think that this covert manipulation is a little bit odd. They're not concerned just with covertness.
Got that
They're going
Riz
to
up in that
I would
algo.
ask she about that. How do you disentangle the two things?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Justice Kate? Justice Gorsuch? Justice Kavanaugh?
Just on the data collection interest, I think Congress and the President were concerned that China was accessing information about millions of Americans, tens of millions of Americans, including teenagers, people in their 20s, that they would use that information over time to develop spies, to turn people, to blackmail people, people who a generation from now will be working in the FBI or the CIA or in the State Department.
with this
Is that not a
ruling,
realistic
as silly as it might
assessment by
sound,
Congress and
it
the
opens the
President
door
of
to us
the
just
risks here?
both
Your Honor,
countries
I'm not
saying,
disputing the risks.
you're
I'm
going to use
disputing
that
the means that
to
they've chosen.
dick over
One way,
Americans, or
the most direct
you're going to
way
use that
address
company
all
to
of
dick
this
over,
user data
dick
sits
over
on
the
data
Chinese
servers
people.
in Virginia, controlled by
Like,
Oracle.
this
I'm
opens
not
up a
talking about the
huge can of
national security
worms,
agreement. What I'm
depending
talking
on
about is a law
how
that
this
simply
goes.
says to TikTok
Yeah, Pandora's
Incorporated
box,
and its US
100%.
employees, you cannot share that user data with anybody. You can't give it to ByteDance. You can't give it to China. You can't give it to Google. You can't give it to Amazon. You cannot give it to anybody under threat of massive penalties. They never even considered that most obvious alternative. And so whether you apply intermediate scrutiny or strict scrutiny, it's not a least restrictive means test, but you got to at least consider the most obvious alternative.
So you acknowledge the risk that Congress and the President were concerned about. You're just saying the means they chose to address that risk were incorrect,
So I
not permissible.
I certainly acknowledge the risk, but I think there are lots of reasons, not just the one I just gave, but there are lots of reasons why that risk still can't justify the law. When it sits alongside of the impermissible covert manipulation risk, I think it falls under Mount Healthy. It's no different if they came in and said, we passed this law, one for data security.
I understand that, but just on the data collection, that seems like a
Caroline
huge
Carter,
concern.
China.
for the
Yeah,
future of the
mapping out
country.
China,
And
right?
Your Honor, again, it is a concern, two responses. First, it is a concern that can be addressed
point.
directly. The reason why there's no evidence in this record about whether that kind of direct prohibition on TikTok Incorporated from sharing sensitive user data with
Still got that
anybody,
MACD.
including ByteDance, the reason why the record is devoid of any evidence of that is because Congress never considered the other side of the balance. And that's the minimum that Congress has to do under the First Amendment. It's got to at least consider the consequences of shutting down a speech platform used by 170 million Americans against the benefits of an alternative, like simply saying to TikTok's employees, you're essentially going to get massive fines, potentially jail sentences, if you share any of that sensitive user data with anybody. Not TikTok, not ByteDance, not China, not anybody else in the world. Yet there's nothing in this record that suggests they even considered that alternative.
What happens after January 19th if you lose this case? Can you just spell that out?
At least as I understand it, we go dark. Essentially, the platform shuts down.
Unless there's a divestiture.
Unless there's a divestiture, unless
Presidential
President
extension.
Trump exercises his authority to extend it by night. But he can't do that on January 19th. On January 19th, we still have President Biden. And on January 19th, as I understand it, we shut down.
Note a senior
It's possible
reporter
that
from
on
HuffPost
January
is
20th,
tweeting
21st,
commentary,
22nd,
personal
we
opinions
might
about
be
the
in a
case
different
on
world.
TikTok.
Again, that's one of the reasons why
It's
I
almost
think it makes
100%
perfect sense
certain
to
TikTok will
issue
lose
a
this case and
preliminary
ByteDance forces
injunction
divest or
here
shut down the
and simply
platform. Again,
buy
that is a personal
everybody
opinion.
a little
Being
breathing space.
circulated.
This is an
What do you
enormously
mean by shut down, too? Can you just spell that out?
so.
If you
The
can.
app, the app is not available in the app stores. That's at a minimum. But in addition, what the Act says is that all of the other types of service providers can't provide service either. Now, there's enormous consequences for violating that for the service providers. So essentially, what they're going to say is that, I think we're not going to be providing the services necessary to have you see it. So it's essentially going to stop operating. I think that's the consequence of this law, which again is why a short reprieve here would make all the sense in the world. It's an enormously consequential decision, and I think all would benefit if it weren't necessary.
Thank you.
Justice Barrett?
So I just want to, just kind of following up on Justice Kavanaugh's questions. Let's say I agree with you that some level of scrutiny applies, and I'm trying to figure out which level of scrutiny applies, and I'm trying to figure out if there's content discrimination. And let me ask you a different question than I did before about the algorithm. I mean, you keep saying shut down. The law doesn't say TikTok has to shut down. It says ByteDance has to divest. If ByteDance divested TikTok, we wouldn't be here, right? If ByteDance was willing to let you go and willing to let you take the source code with you, that would be fine, right? We would not be here.
Well, Your Honor, if ByteDance divested, then the law wouldn't fall on TikTok. But the law will, not ByteDance.
But that's because of ByteDance's choice, right? I mean, this is like Justice Kagan's point. I mean, I'm trying to figure out how we account for the reality of third-party choices and the choices of third parties that the whole reason for the law being passed in the first place.
Yeah, Your Honor, I still don't, I think that the way the analysis works is step one, is there a First Amendment violation?
Right.
Step two, you get to the question that we're grappling with. What standard of scrutiny do you apply? Typically, what you do is you ask, is this law content-based? Is it content-based based on its face? Is it content-based in its decision? Here, we know it's content-based on its face because it says what it says. We know it's content-based in its motivation because the government concedes it's content-based in its motivation.
Well, that's not quite what I'm asking. I mean, let's see, that's the dispute between you and the government. Is it content-based if it's about divestiture and not about telling TikTok what
SMX,
content
Sandy Michael,
it can
X-Ray,
display on the
Searching
platform?
Spike and Activity,
And I
New
think
Highs,
it has to
SMX.
be because I think that really goes to the first question. Does the burden fall on the speaker? If the burden falls on the speaker, that triggers the speaker's First Amendment rights. But the law is, in fact, content-based, whether it comes in the form of a divestiture.
I don't know,
or something
Yorkshire.
else.
I have no idea what the play is on Greenland as far as stocks or anything like that. Certainly there's military reasons why you'd want to piece probably minerals or some sort of thing you could dig under the ground there. There's no doubt reasons. I'm sure the military is salivating over the idea of having
have a mix of content that we find
a
objectionable.
bigger presence
They
that
will
close
mix
to
around their
Europe
videos in
or
a way
whatever
that is too
continent they want to
pro-Chinese
get to.
or too anti-American.
Okay,
And that
let me-
is TikTok, the platform.
Let me
Short
just ask you
eyes,
one
yeah.
last question. Why is it impossible to divest in the 270 days, even assuming that the Chinese government hadn't said you couldn't?
Sure, and this is the exchange I was having with Justice Gorsuch. There are two basic reasons. The first is that the underlying source code, that's the source code that comes in here and then has to be converted.
But
and
that's what Justice
executed.
Gorsuch said, just not ever. So it's not really that you can't do it within the time frame. It's that you really couldn't ever divest because you never are going to get the source code.
So, well, let me unpack that a little bit. No, it's that with the underlying source code, it takes a team of engineers to update and maintain that. It would take us many years to reconstruct a brand new team of engineers to do that with respect to the source code. With respect to the sharing of content, that was the different reason. In theory, we could kind of send our salesmen around the world, go to Ireland, go to Finland, go to every country and say, look, you used to automatically get our content, but now you got to separately sign up for our platform.
Last point, let me make sure I understand what you're saying. It's not that you couldn't execute the disentanglement. You could say, we're independent. You just can't recreate TikTok in any kind of way.
Well, I think that any new TikTok would be a fundamentally different platform with different content, which is yet another reason why I think this is a content-based restriction that falls directly on TikTok incorporated itself in our platform.
Justice Jackson?
So I guess I'm back to some of the
sounding
questions
very
that
good for
Justice
TikTok here.
Barrett and Justice Kagan asked about the sort of threshold issue that you point out, which is there a burden on the speaker? I'm trying to understand what the burden is that you are articulating and whether it really isn't about association and not speech. You say you have in your brief some cases that
This is
talk
E-Trade
about
Pro.
American speakers
There's no
being free to
power.
choose whether to
There's no
affiliate
power in
with
this.
foreign organizations. And the colloquy you had with Justice Kagan made me think that what you're really complaining about is the inability to associate with ByteDance and its algorithm. That it's not really about, if TikTok came up with its own algorithm or bought an algorithm
How do I find
from
the
some
best
other
stocks to
company or
trade?
devised it or
Just
whatever,
whatever's the
this
mood
law
in the
would have
morning. Whatever's hitting the high day
nothing to do
scanner with
that,
news usually is
from your perspective.
whatever.
But the problem I
From
think
there,
you're
it's just
articulating, and
find
this
stuff
is-
that's
I'm
hitting the high day, low day
seeking your
scanners and why.
clarification.
Sure.
The
Try to
problem
find
I think you're articulating
play out of
is
it,
that you
look for
want
setups.
to use ByteDance's algorithm and therefore associate with
Names that are
ByteDance,
familiar
and
that
Congress
pop
has
up.
prohibited
Wow.
that
I
by
think that one.
requiring divestiture. So isn't this really a right of association case under the First Amendment?
I think it's both, Your Honor. I do think that is a component of it. We want to use the algorithm that we think reflects the best mix of content. That's the algorithm that reflects the best mix of content. What this law says is we can't do that unless ByteDance exercises a qualified divestiture. But I also think more directly what this law does is it says that TikTok Incorporated, if ByteDance doesn't exercise a qualified divestiture, you have to go mute. You cannot speak at all.
No, I don't think
full
it says
stop,
that, though. I mean, if TikTok were to post-divestiture or whatever, pre-divestiture, come up with its own algorithm, right, then when the divestiture happened, it could still operate. It doesn't say
Just
TikTok
come up with
has
their
to
new
be.
one.
That's theoretically correct, Your Honor, but I
Right,
think that
but-
also underscores the content-based nature of the restriction.
No,
We have
but
to change our
the
speech.
fact that that's true suggests that you're wrong
they are not liking
about
his
the
arguments.
statute being read as saying TikTok, you have to go mute. Because TikTok can continue to operate on its own algorithm, on its own terms, as long as it's not associated with ByteDance. So isn't this really just all about association?
Who's speaking right now?
Your Honor, I think it is partly about association, but I'm going to take
That's
another
not
shot at explaining why it's not
Kagan,
just about
right?
association.
Okay, well, let me just take you down the association path
feisty.
for a
Who's this
second,
one?
Because if it is about the association of TikTok with ByteDance, then don't we have cases that seem to undermine your
No, this is
view
not
that Congress
Sotomayor.
can't do this? I mean, I thought we had cases about Congress prohibiting association.
Sotomayor is getting
Yes,
old.
yellow
Prohibiting
silo format at the
association
highest
with
now, Sandy
foreign
India Lima Oscar.
adversaries. And so why doesn't this fall into that kind of group of our jurisprudence?
Well, at least as I understand all of those cases, they applied strict scrutiny. The material support statute most definitely applied.
and
strict
ultimately
scrutiny.
upheld the law, so fine.
But sure, and I think if we go down the strict scrutiny road here, I don't see that this law
TikTok
can
can't win in
possibly
this case.
be satisfied under the interests that they assert here. But I do want to emphasize why this is also about TikTok speech. Even under your hypothetical, where theoretically they can say something differently than they are saying today, that in and of itself is a direct restriction on TikTok speech. They can't engage in the speech they want to engage in. They have to engage in a different kind of speech, the
What's
speech
up,
they
Diego?
don't want to engage in. That is a direct burden on TikTok Incorporated speech.
All right, I
UNG?
can understand that argument.
Is it
Let
there?
me ask you a question about your colloquy with Justice Kavanaugh. Did I understand you to
Almost.
concede that there is a compelling interest and that the problem is really tailoring? I mean, you said, I understand the risks. I don't hear you suggesting that the risks don't exist. So it sounds like we've gotten past, even if we're in strict scrutiny world, we've gotten past the compelling interest part of this.
No, Your Honor. What I was saying is that all you had standing alone were the data security. That would be a different case. Here, when you have the content manipulation sitting right alongside of the data security, that taints the data security rationale. If Congress came in and said, we're passing this law for two reasons. One, we really care about data security, and two, we hate the speech on TikTok. The data security wouldn't alone sustain that law under cases like Mount Pleasant.
That's
understand, but
E-Trade.
why-
If I switch to a
NRX
ticker,
NRX format
it'll
at the
just
highest now,
make up a
versus
level
22%
until an actual
Formula
tick
X
goes
pop
through,
up.
and then it'll
the
correct
content
itself.
on this platform. You're
Does it
going
all the
back
time.
With we hate the content, and I'm just
Especially on stuff not
trying
moving.
to understand
Sure.
why.
Just make up a
Because
candle.
Content manipulation is by definition a content-based distinction. Look, Everybody manipulates content. There are lots of people who think CNN, Fox News, the Wall Street Journal, the New York Times are manipulating their content. That is core protected speech. That's why they put so much weight on this mere covertness.
Right, but that analysis is just about content-based versus content-neutral, and therefore whether you apply strict scrutiny. I'm in the strict scrutiny world, okay? I'm assuming that you're right, that strict scrutiny applies, and now prong number one in that world is, does the government have a compelling interest? And so I'm trying to understand why the government's argument that we have data manipulation.
Members, watching this
concerns,
crude oil,
which I
seen a
understood
complete
you in
reversal from highs.
colloquy with Justice
In fact,
Kavanaugh to
lows
say
of the
is a
day
risk.
pre-market.
And
Crude oil still
we are
up
concerned, based on what
2.15%.
Justice Gorsuch says when he's looking at the facts, that the government contends that there's this
WKUI
real
broke.
problem with this foreign adversary doing manipulation in other places. Are you saying those are not compelling government interests?
I am 100% saying that content manipulation is not just not a compelling governmental interest, it is an impermissible governmental interest. You could not go to CNN or Fox News and say, we're going to regulate you because you're manipulating
it
content
smacked it and
in
said,
the way
nah.
that we don't like. That is per se impermissible.
Okay,
That
can
is
I just
why-
ask you one last thing? You say, with respect to the tailoring issue, that disclosure, you think, is a possible, more narrowly tailored way of handling some of this. And I guess I'm just wondering whether
MSW
disclosure
getting
under
close to
this
some
court's
breakout
case law and the
levels.
Law of other lower courts doesn't carry its own First Amendment complications. That wouldn't we have compelled
Ming
speech
Xing Group?
problems,
That sounds
if
like a
disclosure was required in
1,000%
this
mover.
situation?
Sure, Your Honor. Now, look, I might think so because I think that the factual predicate is wrong. But they think the factual predicate is right. And if the factual predicate is right, then there are no First Amendment problems at all under Zeller and the cases that you're suggesting. And that underscores the larger problem here. Not all disclosures are perfect. I'm not here to argue that they are. But you've always got to consider what the alternative
Members,
is. And here, the
article out by
alternative
AJC
is
says
shutting
Delta
down
passengers
one of the
evacuated
largest
by
speech
slide onto
platforms
snowy
in
Atlanta
America.
runway after
The
engine
reason
problem.
there's no evidence in this record
The evacuation
as
was
to
from a
disclosures
Boeing
is because
757-300.
Congress never even undertook that
jeez.
balancing in the first place.
Thank you.
The bare minimum that has to be done before
on
we
BA
take an
Boeing.
unprecedented step of shutting down the voices of 170 million Americans.
Thank you.
Thank you, counsel.
Horseshit, Phil.
Mr. Fisher?
Mr. Chief Justice, and may it please the court, wholly apart from the company's legal interests here, the Act directly restricts the rights, the First Amendment rights of American creators to participate and speak in what the court a little less than a decade ago called the modern public square. And what you might say today is the most vibrant speech forum in the United States of America. And the Act, therefore, is inescapably subject to strict scrutiny because of the First Amendment implications. And the Act fails that test, and indeed any level of scrutiny under this court's case law, because the Act and the reasons behind it defy our history and tradition, as well as precedent. American creators have long and always enjoyed the right to speak in conjunction with foreign speakers or work with foreign publishers. Americans even have the right under the Lamont case to receive information from foreign speakers, indeed foreign governments. So that leaves the government with its implication and its use of the phrase national security in this context. But that just simply doesn't change the calculus. Throughout our history, we have faced ideological campaigns by foreign adversaries. Yet under the First Amendment, mere ideas do not constitute a national security threat. Restricting speech because it might sow doubt about our leaders or undermine democracy are kind of things our enemies do. It is not what we do in this country. And so we think the court should reverse, and I would welcome the court's questions.
How exactly are the creators' speech being impeded?
So two ways, Justice Thomas. First, I just point you to the text of the statute, which directly regulates text, images, real-time communications, videos. My clients, the creators, are the ones
That's a dude that's
creating
never
that
opened up
speech and
TikTok.
posting it to speak to other
Thomas,
Americans.
come on, bud.
About creators
Bust
or
out that
people who
TikTok
use the
out.
site. It's only concerned about the ownership and the concerns that data will be manipulated or there will be other national security problems with someone who's not a citizen of this country or a company that's not here?
So there's two ways, and I think the Sorrell case is where you look for the analysis of the First Amendment burden here. As I said, the text of the statute regulates our speech, and then you point out ownership, and this was talked about a lot in the first part of the argument here, so let me be very clear. The American creators have a right to work with the publisher of their choice. So imagine somebody wanted to work
getting there,
on
boys.
post-speech on Twitter, now known as X, and Congress passed a law saying, we don't like the current owner of X. The current owner of X has to sell that platform or else it has to shut down. People who post on that
That's a
platform,
good point.
who indeed some of them
American
make
or
a
not, they
living
could be like, oh, he's going to sell that
commentating
information to
Asian
China.
events, news, politics, would have a
Got a good
First
point
Amendment
there.
claim
But
to work with
using that
particular publisher.
argument, you could have said that about the breakup of AT&T. You could say that about the foreign limitations on foreign ownership of broadcast companies.
Well, no, I think that you have to dig a little deeper than that, Justice Thomas. It's not mere foreign ownership, and it's certainly the broadcast cases I'll get to in a moment, but it's foreign ownership because of a particular perspective. If you boil it down to an essence, the owner of a print media or online media publication is the essence of the viewpoint of that publication. The current owner of X or the current owner of Fox News or the current owner of
780.
MSNBC has a particular perspective, and working with that particular platform is shot through with the ownership from top to bottom.
But why couldn't Congress prohibit Americans from associating with certain foreign organizations that have interests that are hostile to the United States? I mean, I thought that's what Holder versus Humanitarian Law
813, we're
Project
there.
allowed. So I don't really understand what you mean.
Right, so I'm glad you're bringing that up.
Yes.
So when it comes to this national
Literally to the
security,
penny
you're right that
and
Congress
drop.
can prohibit Americans, to use that case as an example, from associating with terrorist organizations.
What are we
Other
doing?
Organizations that pose a clear and present danger to this country. This case, Justice Jackson, is fundamentally different. What the government tells you in its own brief that it is worried about here are the ideas that might be expressed on TikTok. We might undermine U.S. leadership. We might sow doubts about democracy. We might have pro-China views. And so if you look to whether that is legitimate interest, my fundamental submission, and this I think goes to the last colloquy you were having with Mr. Francisco, is that is an impermissible government interest. And you look throughout our history and tradition, and I think the place I would point you most directly would be the opinions of Justice Brandeis and Whitney and Justice Holmes and Abrams.
I guess I don't understand how that's distinguishable from what's happening in Holder. So can you just say a little bit
It
more?
goes to the nature of the national security threat. So my position is the government just doesn't get to come in and say national security in the case is over, or you don't get to associate. You have to dig underneath what is the national security claim. And what Justice Holmes said in his Abrams dissent, and I know that was a dissent, these are hard issues, but that has been vindicated over time,
Oh, for crying
is that
out loud.
it's not enough to say national security. You have to say, what is the real harm? Is it, is it terrorism? Is it where our battleships are located? Is it war?
Justice Kavanaugh presented a number of potential risks, right, with foreign adversaries using covert.
Can I get anything in between the bid and the ask, or are we just going to hit the bid every single time?
Used by youths today that would then make it more likely that people would
To the
turn into
penny,
spies
boys.
and do terrible things to the United States. This is a hypothetical, but you know what
That's
I'm saying?
trying again.
So I think if I understood Justice Kavanaugh correctly, he was talking about the data security argument. So let me just pull these apart. You first have an argument, and the government itself separates these two arguments in its brief. The first argument, the one I'm focusing on initially, is the content manipulation argument. And that argument is that our national security is implicated if the content on TikTok is anti-democracy, undermines trust in our leaders. They use various phrases like that in their brief. So my primary submission is that is an impermissible government interest that
Here's
taints the
louder.
entire act. Now, there's a secondary argument.
You know
the
that
government
thing that
makes,
E-Trade took
and we
away
say
about
you don't even
7
get
years
to
ago?
that,
Yeah.
Because once you have an
Don't have.
impermissible motive like that, the law is unconstitutional.
DJT 15-minute
But even
cock.
if you could get to that, Justice Jackson, I do grant that data security and the way Justice Kavanaugh spelled it out is compelling. That is compelling, but that's not the question. You just don't ask in the air, was Congress worried about data security, or could it reasonably be worried about data security? You say, can this act, the act before you, be sustained on data security grounds? And our answer to that has to be no. You don't have to look any further than the divestiture provision itself, which says that the content recommendation algorithm
Click
cannot
your
be
L2.
used in
It
the
brings
future.
up a
Well, it
buy
has nothing
window,
to do with data
but
security.
no.
So the core feature of the
On HOLO.
is going at content manipulation, which I say
Earlier
is
headlines
impermissible.
on
You
microcloud.
can't uphold that under data security grounds. And the rest of the act, when you look at the covered companies provision, Justice Jackson, if this were primarily a data security law,
Research is
what you
holographic
think you'd
technology
find is what kind of data is procured,
based on
how
quantum
is it stored,
tensor.
is it
Oh,
shared? Those are
no!
the things you think you'd find under covered companies, but you don't find that. What you find is, are text images shared? Is content being shared between users? Is it being created and posted in a social media platform? So I don't dispute for 1 second that data security is a very important thing, and Congress in this very regulated data security in other ways with data brokers. That's perfectly permissible. But the question before you today was narrower. The question is this law before you sustainable on data security grounds? And that answer has to be no.
Congress doesn't care about what's on TikTok. They don't care about the expression. That's shown by the remedy. They're not saying TikTok has to stop. They're saying that the Chinese have to stop controlling TikTok. So it's not a direct burden on the expression at all. Congress is fine with the expression. They're not fine with a foreign adversary, as they've determined it is.
Missed out on that one.
Gathering all this information about the 170 million people who use TikTok.
Well, again, Mr. Chief Justice, if I may, let me separate where you started, which was the content manipulation, and then go to the data security part of it. So
the first part was not. I'm not talking about the content manipulation.
AREB got the daily.
150,000 in Los Angeles under wildfire evacuation orders and another 166,800 under evacuations, warnings according to the LA
has
sheriff.
access to the personal information, or at least information that is not readily available, about 170 million Americans. And whether they're going to use it in 10 or 15 years, when those people grow up and have different jobs in different places, or whether they're going to use it now. That, at least as I look at the congressional record, is what Congress was concerned about.
Well, I think
and they're not concerned about the fact that it is available. As I said, the remedy is just somebody else has to run TikTok. So they're not concerned about the content. They're concerned about what the foreign adversary is doing.
So if I may, I think to answer your question properly, I think you have to separate two things. One is the content recommendation algorithm. And that's what I was speaking about a moment ago. That has nothing to do with data security. That doesn't itself procure data. That just determines what videos people see on their feed on TikTok. As to that, I think the answer is inescapably that the government and Congress itself was worried about content. The government itself is here saying national security. So like a mix of cat videos or dance videos doesn't affect national security. No matter what happens, the only thing that can affect national security are the substance of those videos. And when the government's pressed in its briefing, it outright tells you that. It says what we're really worried about is sowing doubts about U.S. leaders, et cetera. So let me turn then to data security. Yes, there were various congresspersons, and in the record that we have in the D.C. Circuit, there were conversation about the problem of data security here. As I said, I don't dispute that is a
videos
valid
just made it to the Supreme Court,
interest.
boys and girls.
So I think you addressed whether that alone can sustain the act in two steps. First, you would ask, if you have an impermissible motive and a permissible one, can we sustain the act based on the based simply on the permissible motive? And I think for the reasons Mr. Francisco said, and we lay out
A note on figure Weight Watchers and Teledoc.
in other cases.
It's a possible positive catalyst for Christian counseling stocks. CNBC is reporting GLP-1 drugs are sending employers to nutrition counseling. Watching those stocks on that news.
And when you look through the provisions, like the content recommendation algorithm provision, like the covered company provisions, the answer is no. And if you're still in doubt on that, just go back to the under-inclusiveness problem. What a Congress really worried about is very dramatic risks. Leave out an e-commerce site like Temu that has 70 million Americans using it, and every bit the connection.
Does Congress have to go all or nothing on that? I mean,
it doesn't have to go all or nothing.
They isolate a particular problem, and they might be getting to what you're talking about next. Who knows?
Maybe from Teledoc.
You're really sitting up there and saying Congress would not pass the divestiture law if data security were the only interest.
38.
So I'm saying it would not pass this divestiture law if data security were the only interest. It's very curious why you just single out TikTok alone and not other companies with tens of millions of people having their own data taken, in the process of engaging with those websites, and equally, if not more, available to Chinese control. So I'm not trying to say that Congress has to do everything at once. I'm trying to say that once you've concluded that content manipulation, for the reasons I've said, as a matter of our history and tradition, has to be impermissible.
Is there another site like this one that covers half the American population? Okay.
I don't think just by way of sheer numbers, Justice Sotomayor, that the answer has to be no, but 70 million seems like a lot.
170 million is a lot, but put that aside and then go to the next question, which is, how many of these sites have all of the data collection mechanisms that TikTok has?
I don't even want to know what MSW is resuming at. I don't even want to know it.
Information. It's asking, and most people give it permission to access your contact list, whether that contact list has permitted them to or not. So they can now have data about all of your contacts and anything you say about them.
This is
How many
this is a massive
other
case.
sites gather information by keystrokes to be able to do voice and finger ID information if they choose? And there's a whole lot of data stuff that was discussed in the brief that I don't think any other website gathers. So wouldn't this be a unique site if I viewed the evidence that way? How would this be under-inclusive?
Coming up at 1 p.m.,
Justice
the Baker
Sotomayor,
Hughes U.S. rig
I
count.
don't think a lot of the suppositions you're making actually bear out. And as Justice Gorsuch was pointing out, one of the obviously the real challenges in this case is it comes to you without an ordinary trial record compiled and all the rest. So we have only limited amounts of information.
Take a Teledoc TDFC shares are seeing continued activity at the Hive for Teledoc.
The same kind of
on the notes from CNBC. Possible positive
As
catalyst.
to the contact list thing, I think you also, that points out one other aspect of this.
SILO,
That is
more highs
voluntary
now,
decision
up
by an American
15%,
user to
Sandy
share
and
that
Lima
information.
Oscar.
You know, in the Riley
But
case,
not informed. And
well,
even if
that could be
informed,
solved.
but
If you don't think it's informed, that could be solved by
no,
a
that
warning
can't
or
be,
disclosure.
because for the United States, the threat of using that information is what is at issue.
ARAB.
It's not
As soon as I
whether the
exit,
user thinks it's okay.
bounced.
It's whether the
Immediately.
press believes
Immediately.
that it put
15 cents.
sites at issue. But let me ask you one last question.
This is happening on every freaking trade today. Am I the only one that the market's trying to take money from?
That content neutral data collection concerns were
Showing 950?
is one of Congress's provisions. Divest because of this. Why can't we separate that out from how we analyze
Yeah,
the
it's gonna go high. It's gonna go high now.
Question?
Oh,
And couldn't we
SJ
sever that?
exited right there.
Divestiture is right.
Only one. 100%.
You can't force them not to.
It should be mathematically impossible to top tick or bottom tick the amount of tickers that I have done so on today. It should be mathematically impossible. I should go play the lottery. I'd have a better chance.
If what you had is the government saying, we are shutting down TikTok or requiring divestiture for two reasons. One, because we think it helps the Democratic Party.
What kind of play is this?
Two, because we're concerned about data.
Oh, yeah. Let's 90% retrace, then go high to the right. Let's do that. What kind of play is that one? Where is that in the charts?
Pro-Catholic content.
Where's that in the textbooks?
I think there are some interests that are just so constitutionally verboten that I think that just makes the act unconstitutional, and you can't go looking for other interests. You send it back to Congress. Look, if you want to pass a data security law free and clear of this impermissible interest, you go ahead and do it. So, can I say one other thing, Justice Sotomayor, just because I think it is also telling here that even if you didn't buy that poison pill argument and you just asked whether Congress would have passed this law, something else that
ticker
I think you might notice
CTCX,
is,
Charlie
even
Tango,
if all this act goes into effect,
Charlie X-ray, shares
law
are seeing a
goes
spike in
through,
activity, new highs,
TikTok gets to keep
CTCX.
all the data. So wouldn't a data security law require them to expunge that data or get rid of it or something? I mean, it's a very weird law if you're just looking at it through a data security lens, and maybe Congress could do better.
Mr. Fisher, often we require divestiture.
The ticker Apple shares are selling off. No Ming-Chun Kuo is out with a note. Apple may face severe challenges in 2025.
The First Amendment interests of users or people who might speak or associate with editors.
Come on, Ming-Chi.
The difference here is, as I understand it in your mind, that this law is motivated by a content-based interest.
It says iPhone growth almost stagnating, AI services still not contributing, and business with China continuing to decline.
Regulating the speech
of Apple
itself
seeing a
for
spike in
content-based
activity, new
release.
lows on Apple.
We don't do that in the
If this
antitrust
goes
area.
up
But
here,
say this
I'm
law
gonna scream.
does. Okay.
Exactly.
And it does on the covert content manipulation side. Do you think that's a compelling interest or not? Forget about the tailoring for a moment.
No, my point is that preventing
I just want to
content
point out, but
manipulation, whether
this
it's
is when I bought
covert
this
or
place.
not,
Is
Another
simply
is
not
bottom
impermissible if what you mean by content manipulation are the kinds of interests the government
should not be
is
possible.
saying, like undermining trust in our leaders, undermining trust in
Whitney and
democracy.
Abrams in your
That's Whitney and Abrams, and like those
Got
cases.
it. I got it.
Yeah.
I got it.
So, Mr. Fisher,
Just a couple more. I'm sorry.
MSW
I'll finish
open,
quick.
dip and
So
rip.
that would take us to the tailoring question, and there you say disclosure.
Wow,
and
Apple
alerting Americans
is
that
down there. We lose the feed?
it's possible.
That's
And
weird.
the government says that's just simply not enough. And the DC
It muted
Circuit did
itself.
too, and I wanted to give you a chance to respond to that.
Right. So I think that's the only aspect of the governmental interest that could be permissible, the covert part. And my answer, as you just said, is disclosure solves that problem. And you have a law, a long-standing
I'm
law,
trying
which
to
we haven't talked about
cover.
yet today, that gives you that example. Again, under a history and tradition test, you look at not just precedent, but laws and traditions of our country. Look at the Foreign Agent Registration Act, passed in the run-up to
Pushing
World War
the
II.
sell to close button.
concern was
You don't
Americans
have
would be
contracts to
controlled by
sell.
foreign agents
The
to
hell I
speak and
don't.
advocate certain causes.
We didn't ban them. We
You did
just
not ban them. All you did is Congress.
Yeah.
All Congress did was require disclosure.
Certainly wasn't. I wasn't around for that. On the secret evidence point, I'm concerned about the government's attempt to lodge secret evidence in this case without providing any mechanism for opposing counsel to review it. And I expressed that concern in Zebeda, and I noted that there are mechanisms to read in counsel and that other countries, including our allies, often do that. I just wanted to give you a chance to give me your thoughts on that.
Yes, Justice Gorsuch. We made all those arguments in the D.C. Circuit, so there was a flurry of motion practice about whether or not the government could rely on classified evidence. Those motions were never resolved. What the D.C. Circuit did, I think you probably noticed from the decision, is say we're going to decide this case solely based on the public record. And my
Well, ticker
understanding is that's how
TAP,
it's
Tango Alpha Papa, shares are selling off, Molson Coors, TAP.
Congress hasn't acted in this field. I mean, we have in the FISA area, lots of opportunity. They have regulated this area, and it does seem like an area that Congress might want to pay attention to, given the increased appeals to secret evidence that the government has made in recent years. Last question for you. Could the new administration, after January 20th, Mr. Francisco suggested that it might be able to extend the deadline?
What is this?
Even though
20-cent drop.
Lose here by
Look great.
January 19th. Is that possible as you read the law?
I'm not sure it is. I'm not sure. Maybe that's a question for the Solicitor General. But
Oh, it certainly is. I thought maybe I'd give you a chance, too.
So, as I understand the law, it's 270 days unless extended. And once that time runs, I'm not sure you're talking about an extension anymore.
Okay.
There's ex post facto law that kind of does this stuff.
Can I take you back, Mr. Fisher? Let's say I agree with
That's
you that
5
if
minute.
you're talking about content manipulation, that's an inherently content-based rationale for acting. So if Congress had passed a law that says we hate the content manipulation that TikTok is doing, that's strict scrutiny land, and I don't know that the government can do that, however important and the interest. But that's not what Congress is doing here, and this is the same kinds of questions that I asked Mr. Francisco, because if let's take it as a given that Congress actually can do whatever it wants with respect to a wholly foreign corporation or a foreign government. And so Congress could act with the intent to interfere with the content manipulation that a foreign corporation is doing. And so now we're in this strange world where we're saying they can't act with respect to TikTok. They could act with respect to ByteDance. Why isn't this Congress acting with respect to ByteDance in the sense that all it's doing is saying ByteDance has to divest, and then TikTok can go about its business, use whatever algorithm it wants, use whatever content moderation policies it wants, just like everybody else does, choosing
from everything that's available on the open market?
So let me answer that question in two parts. From the perspective of the creator Americans who want to use this platform.
No,
to
I
speak for
think
Americans. So
no,
first thing
Kater.
is what the
I
act
think
does,
it
as
is
said,
unity.
Justice Kagan, is
I don't
prevent us
think
from working with
everybody
an application
had
that is owned by
the
ByteDance
January
that uses
9th
this algorithm.
play.
Well, that's exactly
correct.
what we want to do. That's our editor and publisher
See,
of choice.
1:09 is 69 seconds. I think all it was saying was 69:420.
It's only ByteDance.
Because the other part was 4 minutes and 20 seconds. I think it was just 69:420. I think that was just a joke. I definitely think it's unity.
National security interests, and they don't have First Amendment rights. They're just a foreign corporation.
But I think everyone on the internet had the 69:420 incorrectly. Because they would just say January 9, but then they would disregard the 420 part.
With ByteDance, because ByteDance is a foreign
Unless they were saying January 9 at 4:20 p.m.
So that is
Maybe.
what I'm contesting. So you said two things, though, so I could be clear. There's two aspects. Do we have a First Amendment right to work with a foreign company
So,
or even a foreign country to publish
maybe
our
that
speech?
camp
And then
is
there's a national
hoping on a
security part that you put
420
into that, which goes to the
stream
justification.
tweet. I don't know.
Forget that. Yes, let's do that. So if that is right, Justice Kagan, then American creators have no right to make documentaries with the BBC. They can't work with Al Jazeera if Congress wants to prevent that. Any number of other publications that are state-owned wholly or partially. And even under Lamont, remember, where you're not even creating speech, you're just listening. You know, that was speech from China that the court said you have a First Amendment right to receive.
So would I be right to say that your position is that because of the users who want to associate and want to partner with this foreign corporation, the foreign corporation ends up having, in your view, the exact same First Amendment rights
DATS, that chat hitting a new high now, 652, up about 100.
In other words, it's irrelevant that the foreign corporation doesn't have
Delta
First
Alpha.
Amendment
DJT's interesting. It's getting a 15-minute cuck, nothing happening. This is some price compression. You do have a low up here.
But let me put it to you this way. The Communist Manifesto, written by Karl Marx, has no First Amendment standing on its own in America. But if a bookstore wants to sell that publication, I don't think Congress can prevent it from doing so.
Well, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'm fine.
No.
I'm good.
Okay. So,
Good point.
I want to press you a little bit on the distinction, because in Lamont, the prohibition worked directly on the American. Like, you have to specifically request this information that comes. This is working kind of as Justice Kagan's questions were pressing you. This is working
this
on
Jackson?
ByteDance. It's not saying to your creators,
What's her name,
you
Amy?
can't post on ByteDance. That's indirectly going to happen if ByteDance chooses itself not to permit TikTok to walk away with the code. So does that matter, that distinction between Lamont and this case?
No, for two reasons. One, under the Sorrell case,
Amy,
you look to not
no,
just the law itself.
Amy
but
Coney
its
Barrett,
practical
I don't think
operation.
of, right?
And the practical operation is prevent us from working with ByteDance. So that's one answer. And you bring up Lamont, and Lamont's actually a very important case. I'm sure you all recognize here.
That sounded like Amy.
It's important to look not
Amy
just at
Barrett.
the court's opinion, but look at the briefing in that case. The government itself never came in and argued there's no right
MSW,
to
okay.
receive this information. That's the sort of greater argument. All the government argued was, of course Americans have a right to receive this, but it's just not so much of a burden to require them to raise their hand to get it. So Archibald Cox, when he was the Solicitor General, said to the court quite explicitly in the brief, we're not even going to make this argument because we think it's so contrary to history and tradition. All we're going to argue is the burden is
We've got
enough. Now, what happened is the
ARBE
DC
looking
Circuit
for a
kind of
daily
turned that
cock
upside
soon.
down
Keep that
and
on
said,
watch.
Oh, Lamont's just a case about the burden. Well, that's because that's the only argument the government was even willing to make in this court. There was no argument that Americans didn't have the right to hear that speech.
The swimsuit.
What about,
What are you talking
I think
about?
this goes
Jeez.
to Justice Gorsuch's questions about antitrust divestiture. Let's say that for antitrust reasons, or let's even say not for that. Let's say for suspect First Amendment reasons, Congress tells Jeff Bezos that he has to divest in the Washington Post. You know, he can no longer own the Post. And let's say that neither Bezos nor the Post challenges that. But let's say that you represent clients who really like the Post.
I'm trying
as
to
it
find out
was,
who's
who really
speaking.
Want to keep receiving the Post. Who
You're
really
talking
want to
about
publish op-eds
swimsuits.
in the
Now,
Post.
do I have to
Would
YouTube
you
this
have
or Google
standing?
this?
Like, what kind of a claim would
Oh,
you
am
be
I
making?
going to
I
be
believe so,
scarred?
Justice Barrett, and the court has cited
It is
Lamont
Barrett,
and other cases
okay.
in more recent
I took her
years.
NV on November Victor Oscar and shares are seeing bump in activity. Now, recent
And remember, even
Article
that
by
is a
New York
lot.
Post is obesity
That's only
vaccine
a small
could
part
make
of
us
the
immune to
argument I'm
gaining
making on
weight
behalf
from
of the
high-fat,
creators.
high-sugar diet.
I don't mean to diminish Mr. Francisco's arguments on behalf of the company and ByteDance, but the core speech in front of you in this case are the videos and other forms of communication that people like my clients are posting by the millions every day on this platform to share with other Americans.
Can you win is it possible for you to win and Mr. Francisco to lose, or you rise or fall together?
No, I think it's possible. I mean, I don't think we should. But
was it possible for you to win and him to lose?
Well, let me put it this way. If you were to conclude that something about the corporate ownership structure, and I think there was some conversation about this earlier, impeded Mr. Francisco from being able to assert full-throated First Amendment rights in this case, I would step in and say, well, certainly we can do that and get you to the strict scrutiny. And then the arguments pretty much line up. Then you're in a question of, can the government satisfy strict scrutiny? And I think, Mr. Chief Justice, you asked about, do we have cases for this and that? I think that the idea is, yes, we have cases that say, once you're in strict scrutiny, that regulating the content because you don't think it's going to be pro-American enough or it's going to be too pro-foreign interest is just verboten under the First Amendment. That's the history.
WB
and
Weibo popping to the high now, $9.07. Whiskey Bravo.
They're grounded not just in scarcity, but they're grounded in scarcity in a particular way. And it has to do with the absolute need Congress has for licensing in a world of scarce resources. And so that's the very small carve-out that even in Turner the court wouldn't extend to cable television that exists for broadcast licensing. And if you look on the 200-plus years of our country for any other example of foreign ownership of media being regulated by Congress, let alone being permitted in the case law, you are not going to find it. And I think the reason why is because everybody has understood that if you're not in a world of scarcity where licensing is impossible, you cannot give the government, and in this more extreme example, the president himself, unbridled discretion to choose who is a proper owner of a speech platform in this country, because it is so hand-in-hand with viewpoint. As I said earlier, any number of owners of big media enterprises, whether they be Americans or foreign citizens, could be accused of having a particular viewpoint, but speakers who engage in those platforms have choices they can make. And so, on behalf of our creator clients, we find it
By the way, there's no video. That's why we're listening just to the audio.
Just go post somewhere else. It's not enough to tell a writer, well, you can't publish an op-ed in the Wall Street Journal because you can publish it in the New York Times instead. Just like here to say, you can publish it on Instagram or some other platform, not just TikTok. TikTok has a distinct editorial and publicational perspective, and it particularly benefits people like my clients who are not famous people. They're not actors from Hollywood who have a lot of people following them. They're ordinary American citizens whose content that they create on the platform gets privileged by way of the quality of that content. And that's what's so powerful about the platform. So whether you're an ordinary American citizen or, I might add, whether you're a presidential candidate in our last election, if you want to reach new and different audiences, TikTok is the place people go.
This may not make any difference for constitutional purposes, but just out of curiosity, I'd like you to explain what the practical consequences would likely be for your clients if TikTok went dark, as Mr. Francisco put it. There, I assume, is a great demand for what TikTok provides, and if TikTok was no longer there to provide what your clients really want, is there a reason to doubt that some other social media company would not jump in and take advantage of this very lucrative market?
There are two reasons, Justice Alito. One is many of the declarations from my clients actually explain they've tried on other platforms to generate the kind of audience and engagement they've been able to on TikTok, and they've fallen dramatically.
Yeah, I know they haven't so far, and I'm just wondering whether this is like somebody's attachment to an old article of clothing. I mean, I really love this old shirt because I've been wearing this old shirt, but I could go out and buy something exactly like that. But no, I like the old shirt. Is that what we have here, or is there some reason to think that only ByteDance has this can
Yeah,
ByteDance
fine.
this magical algorithm
I gotta play some
that all of the
DJT here.
geniuses at Meta and all of these other social media companies, they couldn't. No matter, they put their minds to it, they couldn't.
It's a 15-minute cut go.
I think empirically, other companies have been trying for a few years to catch up with TikTok and replicate it and have been very unsuccessful. And so that ought to tell you something. And so just imagine the algorithm here as a collection of thousands of editors. Imagine the floors of an office building being filled with a collection of editors. You could imagine a situation where that collection of genius that is on a particular floor
That's
cannot
moving
be
up again.
replicated by another group of people, and that's kind of what you have here.
All right, I understand that.
Thank you, counsel. Justice Thomas? Anything further, Justice Alito?
Yeah, one other question. I'm intrigued by your Mount Healthy Hunter versus Underwood argument. I mean, maybe you're right, but Mount Healthy arose in an entirely different context where you're trying to get to an employer's motivation. Hunter versus Underwood involved an extreme situation where the court looked at the records of a state constitutional convention and came to the conclusion, apparently, that racism was the only motivation.
There goes Dats.
But it does seem
It's
to
the only stock should be playing today.
potentially quite unworkable and contrary to what we've generally said about legislative intent to apply the
DATS, that chat, another
framework
pop here now,
to a congressional
$6.78,
enactment.
up
Do you-
about
do you
110%,
recognize or do you
111% now for
acknowledge
that chat.
would be
Gonna
very
fill that
difficult?
gap.
Because when an act of Congress is passed, there could be more than 250 different motivations for the votes that were cast by the members.
Yeah, I totally understand that. And in Hunter, the court actually engaged with that problem to some degree. And what Hunter said is, to avoid that problem, we're going to look just at two things. One is the state's brief, which I'd say is the Solicitor General's brief by comparison here, and the text of the law. And here, that's the only thing I need to rely on to get you to the place that they wouldn't have announced.
Well, it gets you to the place that this was part of what motivated Congress. But why does it get you home? Well, particularly when there's a severability clause in this act.
It can't be only part of it. It has to be enough to sustain the entire act, or at least the parts that you wouldn't sever from the act. And so I think the reason why is because it's not just the content recommendation algorithm.
Oh
part
my
that can
gosh,
be
MSW.
Theoretically, I guess, severed out. It's also the covered company provisions, and it's just the whole
that's
approach
gonna
of the
hurt some
statute
people.
that is based on content,
Jeez.
not on data security.
All right, thank you.
So, okay.
Justice Sotomayor?
Save it for the SG.
Justice Kagan? Justice Gorsuch? Justice Kavanaugh? Justice Jackson?
One quick question. You repeatedly say that from your perspective, the government's motivation is that the content might be too anti-American or too pro-China, et cetera. So that's why you think this is a content-based restriction. But I guess I'm curious if you would say the same thing if the government had articulated its rationale as saying, our motivation is to limit foreign interference in American social media platforms or discourse. Isn't that a different motivation from the standpoint of how we characterize this?
I agree, but then the question I would ask if the government said that, which I think kind of in the reply brief, maybe the government does say that, is that how on earth are you then serving a national security interest? If all you're doing is just saying, we don't like a foreign country rearranging cat and dance videos, it's hard to come in and make a national security argument. So the only way you get to national security, which is the government's own argument, is to look at the substance that's being rearranged and say, we don't like the way the substance is going to be rearranged and curated differently.
Thank you.
Thank you, counsel.
Cat and dance videos. I love it.
General Prelogar.
Mr. Chief Justice, and may it please the court. The Chinese government's control of TikTok poses a grave threat to national security. No one disputes that the PRC seeks to undermine U.S. interests by amassing vast quantities of sensitive data about Americans and by engaging in covert influence operations.
Listen, I'm on board with the
And no one
TikTok trying to
disputes that the
brainwash
PRC
me.
pursues
Every time I
those
open that
goals by
damn app,
compelling
it's
companies
chicks with
like
big
ByteDance
tits
to secretly turn
or
over
some
data
chick
and
trying to
carry out
freaking
PRC
flaunt her. I
directives.
mean,
Those
it's
realities
trying to
mean that the
hypnotize
Chinese
us.
government could weaponize
They've got to
TikTok
ban
at
it.
any time to harm the United States. TikTok collects unprecedented amounts of personal data, and as Justice Sotomayor noted, it's not just about the 170 million American users, but also about their non-user contacts who might not even be engaging with the platform. That data would be incredibly valuable to the PRC.
Their plan obviously is
For years,
to.
the Chinese government has sought to build
Now
detailed profiles
that there's
about
AI,
Americans,
we 100%
where we
know
live and
it's
work,
AI
who our
checks
friends
too.
and coworkers
So it's
are,
trying
what our
to
interests
subdue
are,
us,
and what our vices
and then
are.
they're going to invade.
TikTok's immense
We
data
won't care
set
as long
would
as
give
we
the
have our
PRC
TikTok.
a powerful tool for harassment, recruitment, and espionage. On top of that, the Chinese government's control over TikTok gives it a potent weapon for covert influence operations. And my friends are wrong to suggest that Congress was seeking to suppress specific types of content or specific types of viewpoints. Instead, the national security harm arises from the very fact of a foreign adversary's capacity to secretly manipulate the platform to advance its geopolitical goals in whatever form that kind of covert operation might take. The Act addresses the threat of foreign adversary control with laser-like focus. It requires only divestiture of TikTok to prevent Chinese government control. And that divestiture remedy follows a long tradition of barring foreign control of U.S. communications channels and other critical infrastructure. So no matter what level of First Amendment scrutiny applies, this act is valid because it's narrowly tailored to address compelling national security threats. Now, my friend Mr. Fisher just emphasized, and I acknowledge, that millions of Americans enjoy expressing themselves on this platform. But the important thing to recognize is that the Act leaves all of that speech unrestricted once TikTok is freed from foreign adversary control.
Hoth has a 15-minute cock over 214. That'll be the first one all day.
I welcome the court's questions.
Is there any difference between content manipulation by a non-U.S. company as opposed to a U.S. company? I didn't hear Mr. Fisher make a distinction between the two.
Yes, and I think the important thing to recognize is that the Act here is targeting covert content manipulation by a foreign adversary nation. Now, I understand my friends to say—
What difference does that make?
The difference is that there is no protected First Amendment right for a foreign adversary to exploit its control over its speech platform.
The difference between covert and non-covert.
So I think that Congress's concern with the covert operation was that a foreign adversary could effectively weaponize this platform behind the scenes in order to achieve any number of geopolitical goals. Here are some of the examples that come to mind. One of the pages out of the playbook here is for a foreign adversary to simply try to get Americans arguing with one another to create chaos and distraction in order to weaken the United States as a general matter and distract from any activities that the foreign adversary might want to conduct on the world stage.
What do you mean by covert, though? I mean, does covert just mean it's hard to figure out how the algorithm works? Because we could say that about every algorithm.
No, the covert nature of it comes from the fact that it's not apparent that the PRC is the one behind the scenes pulling the strings here and deciding exactly what content is going to be made to appear on the site. And another way that the
It's just because we don't know that China's behind it? That's what covert means?
Well, I think
it doesn't have anything to do with the difficulty of figuring out
Get
what
her.
the algorithm
Get
is
her.
doing. It's just because people don't know that China is pulling the strings? That's what covert means?
What it means is that Americans are on this platform thinking that they are speaking to one another, and this recommendation engine that is apparently so valuable is organically directing their speech to each other. And what is covert is that the PRC, a foreign adversary nation, is instead exploiting a vulnerability in the system.
Well, if that's all it means, that like people don't know that China's behind it, like everybody now knows that China is behind it.
No, but it's the specific content that's being manipulated would be unapparent. And so I think
that's true of every search engine. I mean, you can take any of these algorithms, whether it's X or whether it's, you name it. What are the new ones? Blue Sky? I mean, none of these are apparent, right? You get what you get, and you think, that's puzzling. And
bustling.
And it's all a little bit of a black box. So you can't just mean it's a black box, it's covert. They're all black boxes. And if you just mean what's covert is the fact that there's China behind it, I mean, honestly, really, like everybody does know now that there's China behind it. So I just don't get what this covert word does for you.
I think the problem with just saying as a general matter, China has this capability and might at some point be able to exercise it and manipulate the platform is it doesn't put anyone on notice of when that influence operation is actually happening, and therefore it doesn't guard against the national security harm from the operation itself.
Isn't that a pretty paternalistic point of view? I mean, don't we normally assume that the best remedy for problematic speech is counter speech? And TikTok says it
Yes.
with a
Who's this guy?
disclaimer on its website saying this can be covertly manipulated by China. In case anybody were left in doubt after today about that possibility. So you're saying how that won't work because?
That won't work because it is such a generic, generalized disclosure that it wouldn't put anyone reasonably on notice about when it's actually happening. And the example I've been thinking about is...
argument is that the average American won't be able to figure out that the cat feed he's getting on TikTok could
Give it to her!
Even though there's a disclosure saying it could be manipulated.
But imagine if you walked into a store and it had a sign that said, one of 1 million products in this store causes cancer. That is not going to put you on
getting
notice
a little
about
pop
what
So that's our odds, is that 1 in 1 million
I think that's roughly equivalent to the type of
TikTok is going to
disclosure they're
be,
contemplating here. They brought up the
covertly
example of the Foreign
stealing our
Agents
information
Registration
on that
Act
one
there.
cat video
There you have to
that I may or may not see.
disclose content.
If that's true, then wouldn't that be true for all social media companies?
GOIP, Griffin Digital Mining shares
He's getting
that
to the root,
49%
whoever this guy
of
is. He's a smarty pants.
Makes decisions.
Highs
You
of
control
West
one,
volume
you
now
control them all.
1%.
And every algorithm
Golf
has
Romeo Yankee
preferences,
Papa.
whether it's domestic or foreign, and nobody really knows.
The next
exactly
thing that'll be
when
pushed
those
is, well,
editorial decisions are being made or
XYZ
how.
China company has a
Generally
stake
aware,
in
we think that's enough.
I
XYZ
think,
social
though,
media
that there is
platform.
a real risk that when a foreign adversary has control of that kind of mechanism and a speech platform in the United States, it could weaponize that platform to harm United States interests. And one of the key ways that the PRC flexes this muscle is to suppress speech.
General, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but again, we're not arguing about the compelling interest. We're arguing about the tailoring.
Right. And so I guess what I would say, you began by saying the cure for concerning speech is counter speech. Here, I dispute the premise that Congress was specifically concerned about any particular subject or any particular viewpoint. It wanted to close off the capability of a foreign government. But in any event, it's very hard to engage in counter speech when you don't know because someone is secretly manipulating the platform behind the scenes. And in particular, what the PRC has the capability to do is simply silence American voices.
With a newspaper owned by a foreign company and a foreign government?
If she says no, then she
when
lost.
It's exercising editorial discretion about this article or that article or how it's doing it, so maybe we
If
just
she
need
says
to
no,
shut
she just
down,
lost.
The Oxford University Press in America.
Who is this guy? He's got his.
Any other foreign?
He knows what he's
Politico,
talking about here.
I was told today is owned by Germany.
So
that would all be okay on your theory, so long as Congress designates that country a foreign adversary?
We are not asking the court to articulate bright-line rules to govern all kinds of hypothetical situations.
That's a question, Chica.
Yes, and what I want to acknowledge is that sometimes the court has recognized that a speaker-based preference might reflect a content-based preference. And in the context of ownership of a newspaper, for example, in part because a newspaper is a one-way channel of communication and is generally understood to represent to some extent its publisher's views, maybe the court would more readily infer that a regulation targeting that is actually aiming to target
TVA,
content.
Teva,
But I don't think the court
FDA
could draw the same conclusion here.
On LBRT, Liberty Energy seeing activity in the February 25 calls. Over 2,600 contracts honored by the offer expire on February 21. LBRT, Liberty Energy.
Or to the Oxford University Press because?
In the circumstance where you have a newspaper that is understood to reflect its publisher's views, then you might think that disclosure would be a more adequate remedy there.
As it's understood.
It's not just holding itself out as a forum for speech between other people. I think social media platforms do raise distinct interests in this regard because what people
Let's take a Hook Pharmaceutical, who keep pharmaceuticals, HOOK, shares are seeing a spike in activity.
And if actually
New highs, relatively light volume. Until Oscar Kilo.
Operation, it does prevent a distinct national security
play
risk.
Of
course, the other big difference with the newspaper is it's not likely to be collecting sensitive personal information about 170 million plus people, and then having the capacity to send that back to a foreign adversary.
General Prelogar, can I? Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, did I understand you to say a few minutes ago that one problem that ByteDance might be through TikTok trying to get Americans to argue with each other?
That it might be just trying to foment
if they do, I say they're winning.
Or dissent. That might very well be true, Mr. Chief Justice. And I think the point I'm trying to make is that China is a foreign adversary nation that looks for every opportunity it has to weaken the United States and to try to threaten our national security. And if it has control over this key communications channel, it's hard to predict ex ante exactly how it's going to use that as a tool to harm our interests. But we know it's going to try, first and foremost, by seeking to get the data of these American users, which would be of a piece of all of the activity the PRC has already undertaken to breach our laws, hack OPM, for example, and exfiltrate the background files and security clearances of 20 million government employees, the breach of Equifax to get sensitive financial data, Anthem to get sensitive healthcare data. We know that the PRC has a voracious appetite to get its hands on as much information about Americans as possible, and that creates a potent weapon here because the PRC could command that ByteDance comply with any request it gives to obtain that data that's in the hands of the U.S. subsidiary.
Thank you.
General Prelogar.
YCBD, CBDMD getting a pop here on heavy volume now.
Had no
Yankee
connection
Charlie Bravo Delta.
Daily cock
with
hair.
any foreign government. It was owned instead by an immensely rich multinational corporation, and Congress concluded that this multinational corporation really has it in for the United States and is going to use this extremely popular platform to do everything it can to undermine the United States in all the ways in which you think that TikTok may pursue at the direction of the PRC. Would that be the same case?
I think there would be a first-order question of whether the multinational corporation itself has First Amendment rights.
All right, it's an American corporation.
So if it were an American corporation, I think that, and Congress disagreed with the viewpoints or content the corporation would display, obviously that's a direct regulation of protected speech and it would trigger strict scrutiny. I think that's different in kind from what Congress was worried about here, which was not regulating speech as such, but instead regulating foreign adversary control.
And so your argument depends on the fact that what is at bottom here is the People's Republic of China using TikTok. That's what your argument depends on. If this were an American corporation, it'd be an entirely different thing.
Exactly, and the reason we know
LBRT,
the statute
Liberty
is
Energy,
is because
February
all
25
of the same
calls
speech that's
active, Lima
happening
Bravo,
on
Romeo
TikTok could
Tango.
happen post-divestiture. The Act
This is
doesn't
going
regulate
to
that at all.
Nevada.
So it's not saying you can't have pro-China speech, you can't have anti-American speech. It's not regulating the algorithm. TikTok, if it were able to do so, could use precisely the same algorithm to display the same content by the same users. All the Act is doing is trying to surgically remove the ability of a foreign adversary nation to get our data and to be able to exercise control over the platform.
I'm sorry. I just wanted you to respond to Mr. Fisher's argument about the rights of Americans to receive information, say, from the PRC or
DJT,
anyone
big
else,
dip
and that
and
even
rip
if
here.
ByteDance did not itself have First Amendment rights, that Americans would have a First Amendment right to receive that
lower
information.
Bollinger Band, the upper.
Yes, so I think that Lamont reflected a principle that there can be a right of American listeners to receive information, and if Congress is directly regulating that based on disagreement with the speech that's being sent into this country, that's obviously going to trigger heightened scrutiny under the First Amendment.
Almost.
But here, I think the users have to be asserting a different type of interest, because what Congress was safeguarding against was not the ability of TikTok to continue to operate or the users to post content. It was focused only on foreign adversary control. And so the users would have to demonstrate that they have some unqualified First Amendment right to post on a platform that's controlled by a foreign adversary,
JPM.
which could use that
And
access
thank
to
you
then threaten our nation's security
for
by
all the
gathering
feed
data
pics.
on tens or hundreds of millions of Americans, and also use it for covert influence operations of whatever form. And I don't think there's a First Amendment right to do that.
Members being posted in the news desk is a look at the WASDE report, the World Agricultural Supply and Demand
Estimates. Tell me
Estimates.
whether it's fallacious. In the mid-20th century, we were very concerned about the Soviet Union and what the Soviet Union was doing in this country. And the Communist Party of the United States at that time was integrally attached to the Communist International, which was essentially a Soviet
SPCB,
operation.
Daily Talk.
Right? So if Congress had said, oh, it's very nice, we can have the Communist Party USA, but it has to divest, it has to completely divorce itself from the Comintern and from any international ties
women
that
it
it
could
has.
go.
Do you think that would have been absolutely fine? And so if the answer is yes, yes, it would have been fine, it's just like this case? Or if the answer is no, why is it not like this case?
So I guess I think I would need to know more information about how the international organization is able to exercise control over the American affiliate. And if it had the capacity, for example, to, in an unqualified fashion, gather data from that affiliate in a way that was going to jeopardize our nation's security.
Well, I'm talking more about sort of the content. Let's put the data collection piece of this aside, which seems not very pertinent to my 1950s analog. But, very concerned about the kind of speech that the Communist Party was making in the United States. And it turns out that
hook moving.
That content was pretty well scripted someplace else.
I think if it was specifically a concern about the content, then that would trigger heightened scrutiny under the First Amendment. We're not trying to run away from that principle here. Instead, we're making, I think, a narrower argument.
Well, then I think that you're a little bit, I think you've just given your thing away, because content manipulation is a content-based rationale. We think that this foreign government is going to manipulate content in a way that will that concerns us and may very well affect our national security interests. Well, that's exactly what they thought about Communist Party speech in the 1950s, which was being scripted in large part by international organizations or directly by the Soviet Union.
I disagree that the concern with covert content manipulation is itself content-based, or that it looks anything like the kinds of laws this court has previously said are content-based. The court most recently in City of Austin said you only have a content-based law when Congress is setting out to discriminate against particular subject matters or particular viewpoints. So it's not enough that the law is regulating in the space that involves content in some way. You have to have this motive by Congress to actually...
So Trump news coming from Wall Street Journal. Trump Organization says the president will separate himself from family
Congress
business.
Wants to cut the PRC out of the equation altogether, and all of the same speech could continue to happen on the platform. It's like patching up a backdoor vulnerability that the PRC
of a
has
headline.
that
That's common sense, to be clear. But that's not going to help DJT right now.
Our interests, but we know the PRC will do whatever it can to try. And I think that is different in kind from imputing to Congress some motive to specifically get more speech on certain topics or with certain viewpoints. This law was passed by broad bipartisan majorities in both houses of Congress, and our legislators don't always agree on everything. I think it's unlikely that all of them had exactly the same views about what's good content on TikTok or what are good viewpoints.
That picture.
They weren't united on that. What they were united around was the idea that it is a grave threat to our nation if the PRC
after the second walkout,
behind the scenes
that one,
controlling how this platform operates.
The reel going by.
Why doesn't this act classify on the basis of speaker?
I do think that when it comes to the PRC and ByteDance, you could treat this as a speaker-based restriction.
And aren't speaker-based restrictions almost
Dots
always,
went. Like I said, it's the only stock I should be trading today.
Content-based restrictions?
The court has said it depends. It hasn't applied an inflexible rule that any time you are regulating certain speakers, you are invariably regulating based on content. Instead, the court has said it warrants closer consideration. And here, if you look at the U.S. speakers...
Oh, I'm getting my ass kicked today.
None of them are being regulated in a way that suggests it's disagreement with their content. It's all about what our foreign adversary is doing.
It's hard for me to think of situations, maybe they exist, where our classification based on speaker is not viewpoint or content-based restrictions. I mean, somebody says, Joe can't talk anymore. We're going to shut Joe up. And we don't know what he's going to say tomorrow or 2 weeks from now. And we don't know what he's going to discuss, but whatever he says is bad because Joe is a bad person. I mean, that's viewpoint and content-based, isn't it?
I think when it comes to a foreign adversary, it's not right to view it that way. And the reason for that, again, is this is a sophisticated adversary nation, and we can't just simplistically say, oh, what the PRC is going to want is to see more pro-China content on this app. As Chief Judge Srinivasan observed, there are various ways that the PRC could try to create some kind of false flag operation and actually promote anti-China content, not to dictate how Americans should think about things, but simply to create some trumped-up justification for a military or economic action that the foreign adversary wants to take against us. And I don't think a concern with trying to ward off that capability.
Why is that viewpoint or content still? We don't know what the content's going to be, but we know it, Joe, is bad.
Because I think the better classification is to recognize that what we're trying to prevent is not the specific subject matter, the specific viewpoints, but the technical capability of a foreign adversary nation to use a communications channel against this.
Estimate? It all depends on the week.
Content manipulation.
I was up like $6,000 this week, and
So
I feel like today's a $4,000 lost day. So.
And it's kind of hard to avoid the word
all depends, man.
Here, isn't it?
I don't dispute that it's related to content, but I don't think it reflects Congress seeking to set out in advance what kind of speech we
on
should have with
NFE New
what
Fortress,
views
March
certain
18
topics.
call activity
Instead,
on
it's
the
about trying
offer
to close
expiring
off
March
a vulnerability
21st.
that our foreign adversary
NFE
nation
New
could
Fortress
exploit.
Energy.
And I would be remiss if I didn't point out that even if you thought this was content-based, all
I'm
that
red.
means
I'm
is that
very
we're in
red.
strict scrutiny. And as
Cheese.
the DC Circuit
When
recognized
every
here,
trade you
we
take
think that this law
reverses
serves
and you've
compelling
top ticked or
national
bottom
security
ticked it
concerns
every
that
single
sound in
time,
some of
that
the
usually
arguments I'm
leads
making
to a
here,
red day.
and that have a long-standing correspondence to history and tradition
And
of
then we
trying
get
to
to
prevent foreign control.
And then we get to the question whether there's a less restrictive.
I'm like 4,000 red.
Disclosure might suffice. On the data security.
Like it's not even close.
Your friends on the other side make the
Let
argument.
me look at what ticker I'm actually green on today.
Congress
Let's
could
look.
ban TikTok US from sharing.
I'll bring
data
up Power
with
E-Trade.
anyone, on pains of penalties that would put people in prison and shut the company down in the future, as the government did, for example, with Arthur Andersen. Why isn't that a less restrictive means of?
Do I not have it downloaded?
So
on
I
this
was
computer?
surprised to
Apparently
hear
not.
petitioner offer that up today because there was a long course of discussion between
install
the
it.
executive branch and ByteDance and TikTok leading up to Congress's enactment of this act that spanned over 4 years, an extensive conversation about what limitations could be placed to protect Americans' data.
No, I'm
and it
not
was
doing
never
this
a
right now.
suggestion
Let
that
me
there
just
would
do
be
it on
any
my
way
app.
to create a true firewall that would prevent the U.S. subsidiary from sharing data with
Watch,
the corporate
it's gonna
parent.
kick me off
And the reason for that
E-Trade,
sounds
though.
in
Let me
the
save my
technological
layout,
features of
just
this
in case.
application. I think there can be no reasonable dispute that the source code development and the maintenance of this algorithm rests in China, which is why China has sought to try
Okay.
to control export restrictions.
Let's
with
look at
respect
this,
to the
right?
algorithm.
This is the-
and what that means
let's start
is
at the
you need
top.
substantial data flows between
There's the green
companies in order
trades.
to continue to modify that algorithm, refine
And
it,
let's
so
watch how
forth.
quickly we
So I
go
don't
red.
think that
Oh,
that's an
red, red,
option.
red, 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 red,
With
red
respect
ticker,
to
red
the
ticker.
national
Oh,
security agreement that was insufficient in protecting our data
It's like-
privacy and security concerns.
my greenest ticker is BKYI.
If we are in the world
I'm even
of
red on
data
DATS
protection
by
as
$26.
opposed to content
It's a shit
control,
day.
I think it's hard to get around the post-divestiture provision that says you can't do business with them on the algorithm, because that very much is content-based. It's a content-based restriction. But what you're saying is you can't do it for a data control reason, meaning that you can't really run their algorithm without sharing the very data
See if I top tick
that
this one.
we are concerned about as a threat, correct?
That's right, Justice Sotomayor, and you don't have to take my word for it. You
45.
can look
I
at
got
the
filled at
specific terms of
45.
the National Security Agreement that ByteDance itself proposed. The relevant definition of the accepted data is at JA 239 to 240, and it references categories of information that would, of necessity, technological necessity and business necessity, have to flow back to China. And the relevant categories are in the sealed appendix, but I would really encourage the court to look this up because it's eye-opening. It is at the Court of Appeals sealed appendix 249 to 252 and 254. If you look at that information, it was a wealth of data about Americans that was going to have to go back to China in order for the platform to just continue its basic
Over
operations.
47.
And there's a legitimate commercial justification for that, but it creates this gaping vulnerability in the system because once that data is in China, the PRC can demand that ByteDance turn it over and keep that assistance secret.
Over 47
and
should
one
do
final
it.
point on this is that ByteDance was not a trusted partner here. It wasn't a company that the United States could simply expect to comply with any requirements in good faith. And there was actual factual evidence to show that even during a period of time
Still
when
47.
the company was representing that it had walled off the U.S. data and it was protected, there was a well-publicized incident
test
where
down.
ByteDance in China surveilled
Under
U.S.
32,
journalists
dump. Yep,
using
there
their
it is.
location data. This is the protected U.S. data in order to try to figure out who was leaking information from the company to those journalists.
General, you want us to look at that, and you get to look at it. but your friends on the other side don't get to look at it. That doesn't seem fair.
That's the sealed appendix, Mr. Chief Justice, so it's their information. They can look at it. It's just under seal to protect their proprietary business information.
General, so I want to go back to the discussion about content discrimination, and we're going to shut Joe up. Here, it seems to me like we are saying to ByteDance, we want to shut you up. And so let's say that I think that that is content discrimination based on speaker. Tell me if I think that, tell me if I have to conclude that it is also speaker-based discrimination and content-based discrimination for TikTok.
No, it is not. And the reason for that is because it would be an anomalous principle to say that an entity outside the United States that can't assert its own First Amendment rights can somehow manufacture that right through the expediency of forming a U.S. subsidiary, especially one that it wholly controls.
So you don't have to stand on that argument that you were having with Justice Alito and Justice Gorsuch to still have your point about content discrimination.
That's right. And I think if you're focusing in on the relevant U.S. entities here, TikTok U.S. and the users themselves, this act isn't regulating them in any way. It's not trying to dictate the algorithm that TikTok U.S. can use. And in fact, Congress, I think, was doing everything it could to preserve access to TikTok in the United States and recognition that Americans enjoy expressing themselves and building community on the site.
One last quick question. Sorry, just one last quick question. Justice Gorsuch had asked your friends on the other side whether the new administration on January 20th would extend the deadline. What's your position on that?
So I think it tees up a statutory interpretation question of whether there can be an extension after the time period for divestiture has lapsed. I would think the court might start with its decision in the Hawley Frontier case, which did recognize the ability to get an extension after a lapse like that.
So it's your position that they could?
We have not run it to ground, in part because it's simply not presented here, and I'm not prepared to take a position on that statutory interpretation question. I do want to emphasize, though, that my friends have pointed to January 19th, or 9 days from now, as a moment when TikTok might go dark. At the outset, of course, Congress was hoping to...
Keeps muting itself. No, it just closed. What the hell?
Anticipated it and provided authority to lift these restrictions as soon as there's a qualified divestiture. And the reason for that is because foreign adversaries do not willingly give up their control over this mass communications channel in the United States. And I think Congress expected we might see something like a game of chicken. ByteDance saying, we can't do it, China will never let us do it. But when push comes to shove and these restrictions take effect, I think it will fundamentally change the landscape with respect to what ByteDance is willing to consider. And it might be just the jolt that Congress expected the company would need to actually move forward with the divestiture process. So it's not irrevocable.
That's an interesting point, and I hope Mr. Francisco or Mr. Fisher, whoever's delivering the rebuttal, will address it. So if we were to affirm and
1, 2, 3, 4 red candles.
We're forced to see
the first time it's done it all day,
on
and
January
I'm in it.
19th. You say that
Can we get 5?
There could be divestiture after that point, and TikTok could again begin to operate the way, continue to operate.
That's
literally
exactly right.
No
There's
other
nothing
time today
permanent
hasn't
or
done that.
irrevocable that happens on January 19th.
Oh,
And
I
I
take
think
that
that Congress
back.
might have thought
Back
that
at
we live in a
9:50
situation
a.m.
here where a foreign adversary is doing whatever it can to just not comply. It's hoping the United States is going to blink first through our court system or through the executive branch getting cold feet about enforcing the law. But Congress set a deadline, and I think it thought that deadline would have a forcing function.
Well, let me ask you a question about your effort to draw a distinction between ByteDance's speech and TikTok's speech. So suppose that the People's Republic of China funds a movie, and there is an entity in the United States, a U.S. corporation, that thinks, wow, this is a great movie. And while the PRC would not have a First Amendment right to show it.
Oh, yeah, 5-minute shocker.
Would you say that the American company would not have a First Amendment right to do that because whatever expression there is in that movie, it's the
Bridger
PRC's
Aerospace in the intraday highs now?
No,
around
I wouldn't make that
That's
argument, and I want to be really
That
careful.
was the argument that was being made, no?
No. So our argument is that this is not a direct regulation of protected speech in the first place, or at most it would warrant intermediate scrutiny because of the indirect effects that it might have on the American users.
Calling
or the US
it. What the hell? Everything I touch.
Congress sought to directly
Red.
regulate and prohibit speech in the United States based on concerns about its content or viewpoint, it's immune from First Amendment scrutiny just because it comes from a foreign source. Obviously, that kind of law is going to trigger strict scrutiny.
And then as soon as I exit,
it would be a different
as soon as I exit,
because it's hard to imagine the same profound national security harms that would exist in that scenario as compared to what we have here.
Thank you.
General, isn't the whole point of the divestiture requirement that the content on TikTok would be different if it was owned by a different company? I'm still struggling with your insistence that this is content neutral versus content based when we have that kind of circumstance.
The reason that I am continuing to try to hold the line on that is because there is nothing in the Act that would directly dictate any different mix of content on TikTok. The U.S. subsidiary could use the same algorithm, show the same content by the same users in exactly the same order. It's not about trying to interfere with the U.S. subsidiary's exercise of editorial judgment in any relevant sense. Instead, all Congress was doing was homing in on the problems of having a foreign adversary be able to interject itself and be able to harvest the data.
But your friends on the other side say that the motivation for doing that is because the foreign adversary might influence or change the content. So content matters, doesn't it?
I think that content was relevant to Congress's concern about an adversary having control over the communications channel. I think not, again, because of any particular concern about viewpoints or subjects, but just that this would be
Isn't that relevance enough to trigger at least some scrutiny, with a heightened scrutiny from the standpoint of our legal tests?
See you all Monday.
And if the court
hopefully this bullshit's way past us.
And not dictate broader First Amendment principles, we have no problem with the court assuming that heightened scrutiny applies.
I'm at a loss.
Easily satisfies it. We do think that intermediate
when your win ratio is 10%
for this kind of law that's not directly targeting protected speech. But in any event, there's a compelling national security interest here, and the law isn't just narrowly tailored, it's precisely